You to please get your hands gas and Minister for Urban Affairs. I request Nitin to please escort. I request the founder and editor-in-chief of stratnewsglobal.com, Nitin Gokhale, to kindly escort our dignitaries on stage for the inaugural session. Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Minister for Urban Affairs. Mr. P.S. Raghavan, Chairman of the NSAB. And 6G technologies and adopt to different energy efficient and non-polluting e-mobility solutions as India urbanizes like never before. We are pleased to note that industry experts, policymakers, as well as thinkers are gathered at this conference. We hope to achieve many takeaways from the deliberations. Let us begin the inaugural session. I request Nitin Gokhale, founder and editor-in-chief of Strat News Global, to please welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Nilanjana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to welcome Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, Chairman of the National Security Advisory Board. They both have been very kind to us for accepting this invitation at a very short notice. Mr. Puri, in fact, had mentioned that there could be a cabinet meeting that could get prolonged and it could be delayed, but I think he's here absolutely on time, so we are grateful for that. And Mr. Raghavan has come all the way from Bangalore to be here with us on this important occasion. I am pleased to say and share with both of you and the audience here that and then we got into the COVID-19 pandemic, so mostly online. So we realized the power at the intersection of these three because foreign policy today is also majorly technology event and technology relations, the way nations collaborate with each other, the nations look at each other. So therefore, we said, let's look at a session where we can talk about 3 or 4 major segments of technology that India wants to be a leader in by 2030. That's why we called it Tech Powerhouse India at 2030. And those are, we wanted 4, but we have settled on 3 and not to be too ambitious. So the first session is going to be on India's transition to green energy and less dependence on fossil fuels. Therefore, Mr. Puri is here. He's leading that effort on India's behalf. The second session is on 5G and telecom and the prospects and challenges. 5G, as all of you know, is encouragement for more and more e-vehicles, electric vehicles. I think it is another area of emphasis for all of us. And what are the challenges there? What are the prospects? What are the hurdles is what we are going to talk about as we go forward in the third session. So that was the basic idea. We were supposed to have a session on space, but all the space stalwarts from India are right now in Paris attending one big international conference. So maybe we'll have a separate session sometime later. But I don't want to take much time. We have, of course, the Minister. So let me welcome Minister Hardeep Singh Puri formally. Mr. Raghavan also, we are grateful that you are here. And of course, all of you here. The mix is something that we are proud of. We have academics, we have former diplomats, we have military officials serving in the Indian military, and foreign defense attaches posted in India who are interested in knowing India's capability, India's quest for self-reliance in various sectors, and of course the students that I mentioned, apart from practitioners in all these 3 segments. So welcome once again, and let me hand over the mic back to Nilanjana, our MC for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. And now may I please request Mr. P.S. Raghavan, Chairman, National Security Advisory Board, to please address the audience.
Nitin, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, Thank you for inviting me to this event to showcase what you said actually, the development and the application of cutting-edge technologies in India. It's of course a privilege to share the stage with the Honorable Minister, whose ministries have very actively furthered technological innovation in recent years. In the National Security Advisory Board, we recognize that accessing, producing and leveraging technology is critical for national development, national security and for national power. I think one of the major revelations for the world from India in recent years has been the way in which we have succeeded in harnessing technology to developmental needs, accessing a very broad spectrum of our society. Of course, there are many examples of this, but since Nitin mentioned 5G, I would give one of the most recent examples is that of 5Gi, which will be incorporated into our 5G phones that will be sold in India very soon. The indigenously developed 5Gi is one of only 2 approved. Now, of course, again, Nitin talked about this. The wider applications of 5G will eventually transform our lives. But from a security perspective, they will also provide many security challenges. An extensively networked economy needs to be protected from its vulnerabilities. As you know, the government has already taken a number of measures in order to ensure that critical networks are kept free from insecure hardware. But the software side still requires a great deal of attention. There is a human resource constraint. We are woefully short of cyber professionals with sectoral expertise. We've recently come across a number of rapidly escalating incidents of cyber intrusions, both in the commercial and in the defense sectors. I was reading somewhere that this year alone, the losses due to cyber attacks are estimated to be over 2 lakh crore rupees. I mean, it's a mind-boggling figure. And mind you, these are only reported cases and only in the civilian sector. India may need over 1 million cyber professionals over the next 5 years with specialized expertise in specific domain areas of cyber threats. We need a major national program which includes rigorous training as well as accreditation and certification procedures to reach this target. Another technology area of opportunity and challenge is space, which again Nitin mentioned. It's not being represented in today's meeting. The global space industry today is valued at something like $400 billion. According to most estimates, this figure is projected to grow to about $1 trillion by 2040. This growth will be driven, of course, by increasing demand for new automation technologies and miniaturization, which will result in cost, time, and quality benefits. Now, India's share in the global space market, as I'm sure you all know, is minimal as of today, minuscule in fact. But this is set to change because we do have the technologies, but we also now have a major decision by the government an initiative to open up India's space sector to private enterprise, providing it access to space assets, data and facilities, which so far were with the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. Last June, the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in space, a single window agency that will facilitate private sector efforts to build and launch satellites to provide space-based services using ISRO's capital-intensive and high-technology facilities. An important characteristic of the current era is that many technologies are today being developed in the private sector for commercial applications and then taken over for military and security applications. In a bygone era, not far back in time, military security applications were first developed in government institutions and then they flowed for commercial exploitation. I think this is a paradigm shift that we need to absorb more fully in India. The other aspect is the country's self-confidence as a technology hub. We have achievements like the 5G I mentioned. The Economist recently wrote that India has developed the world's most advanced payment systems, has over 100 private tech unicorns, valued at $1 billion or more, and has technically sophisticated IT services firms. Yet, if you listen to our technology creators, they often cite a number of challenges. One, technology ignorance in sections of the bureaucracy, which inhibits the absorption of relevant technologies in some economic sectors. Two, a technology apathy, because of which people do not use technology optimally. And three, a technology skepticism that drives people to look for solutions outside when they are available more cost effectively and more appropriate for our conditions in our own country. This urge, of course, often flows from both ignorance and apathy, but it is also stoked by vested interests. I think a better domestic awareness of our own technology prowess and potential is a very important goal for all of us to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now for the keynote address, may I please request Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Minister for Urban Affairs, to please come up to the podium and make his remarks.
Let me start by wishing all of you a very good afternoon. My friend Nitin told me that I would be required to speak on transition from a world of fossil fuels to green energy. And I think thereafter, he wants me to speak on green hydrogen specifically. I want to start by placing a few self-evident truisms in front of you. One, that the objective and need to transition from a world of fossil fuels to green, sustainable energy, I suspect that decision was taken, and many of us present in this room today were part of that decision-making process in different capacities when it was a slightly simpler world. The motivation for seeking that transition emanated and was anchored in the need for ensuring that we leave the climate in a better shape, the world and the climate issues in a better shape for the next generation. And there was a fair degree of noble thought and altruism and all that. And some of that discussion took place when the energy markets in the world were more tranquil. Today, when we undertake that decision, it is against a backdrop which is far more problematic. Since this is not an audience which I am used to addressing, which is largely a domestic political audience, but I think there are some things I would say to the domestic political audience which I need to share with you as well. One is that, and before I come to that, a second self-evident truism, that if you look at any country's development and you look at its energy consumption, the two invariably proceed on a very predictable path in tandem. I mean, you can't have a country growing economically with energy consumption being static or dropping. In fact, the surest sign of problems coming is when energy consumption begins to indicate that you are heading for a recession, which is very much the case in many countries in the industrial West today. You know, when I was a student at Delhi University and I used to have a two-wheeler scooter, the price of petrol had gone up to about 1 rupees 25 paise. I don't think there was any anxiety in terms of the cost of energy. Between 1974 and 1982, the price went up by 105%. In other words, it went up from rupees 1 and 11 paise to rupees 2, 28 paise. This is diesel price. Petrol price went up from rupees 3 to about rupees 5. The increase was 56% in the 7 years or 8 years between 74 and 82. It was 36.99% between 82 and 90. It was 201% between 1990 and 98, and 105% between 98 and 2006. 2006 to 14, it was 64%. If we look at the last 8 years, 2014 to 22, the price rise was the lowest in any 8-year period. But it's still a situation which everyone needs to focus on. Let me battle inoculate you a little in terms of figures. The world today collectively consumes 100 million barrels of crude oil in a day. India consumes presently 5 million barrels in a day. But the global consumption, global average, and India's per capita consumption show a remarkable figure. India's per capita consumption is 1/3 of the global average. But this is where you need to start sitting back and taking note. The Indian consumption is rising very fast. In the next 20 years or so, 25% of the global growth will come from India. So I expect the 5 million barrels a day that we consume to go up to 6, 6.5, 7, and so on. If you have an economy which is at $3 trillion today, consuming 5 million barrels, so it's a no-brainer. By 24, 25, when you're a $5 trillion economy, your consumption will be 6.5 to 7 million barrels a day, and then by 2030, when you expect to be a $10 trillion economy, it'll be so much higher. The first motivation was to do a transition from fossil fuels to green energy because it was the right thing to do. You have to save the planet. And you have to ensure that all development is anchored in ecologically sound, green, sustainable terms. Today, when we talk of transition, you clearly mean transition from where you are today, now, to a transition to a point where the system is ecologically green and sustainable. You also have to survive the present in order to be able to make that transition. And as we are seeing in country after country, including in countries around India, issues relating to energy availability, energy security, energy affordability have become highly political in terms of the challenges which are faced. And that is understandable. So far, we have navigated in India the journey with a reasonably satisfactory rate of accomplishment, even at the height. Now let me tell you what the low points are and what the height is. You know, when the global economy and the Indian economy went into a total lockdown, that was in March 2020, the price of oil came down to about $19 a barrel. And that decision to effect the lockdown was motivated because you wanted to place a premium on life, because the pandemic you were facing, or the world was facing, was not like the pandemics that many of my colleagues whom I see here, old friends, we faced when we were posted in Geneva. H1N1, swine flu, SARS, Ebola. This was like the Spanish flu of 1918. So the immediate reaction was lockdown, save lives, place a premium on life. And then when the realization came that keeping the economy closed and lockdown would create similar problem, you started calibrating and opening. And then the oil went up to $120 plus a barrel. Something that I'm often told that it is due to what happened on 24th February between Russia and the Ukraine. I find it difficult to subscribe to that because the problems were there earlier. If you were to talk to the OPEC Plus, they will tell you they don't determine the price. They only determine the quantity of oil that they release. To which I make a submission that the quantity that you release also determines the price. So if there is a 1% differential between what is the demand at any given point of time and what is available, the difference can result in a 1% difference can result in an international price being $120. So I conclude my preambular interaction with you by saying that we have to survive the transition. Because if you collapse during the transition, as many countries regrettably are, you will never be able to make the transition. And surviving the transition means, as it does in India's case, we will not allow the challenges of today to undermine or weaken our resolve to go totally green in terms of the targets we set for ourselves. So we will do the transition and we will maintain our green targets. Many of my oil companies are maybe here, or some of them I can see. They have individually come up with net zero targets. And their net zero targets are far more ambitious than what the national target is. What are we doing in this, during this period? I am not going to go into individual areas, wind, solar. I have speaking notes, we can make them available. I am not going to go into some of the other issues. I want to touch on 2 or 3 areas which are directly relevant to the energy sector insofar as the petroleum and natural gas ministry is concerned. And I want to start by biofuels. When I was ambassador to Japan between 2006 and 2008, the then government set for itself the target that we would do 5% biofuel blending in 10 or 15 of our states and union territories. We did very well. We tried very hard to procure the ethanol which would be required for 5% blending. We were not able to do it. When the Modi government assumed office in 2014, the amount of ethanol from sugar that we used for blending was 1.4%. We had set ourselves a target of achieving 10% biofuel blending by November of 2022, and I'm very happy to inform you we had achieved that target a good 5-6 months before November 22. We had set ourselves a target of achieving 20% biofuel blending by 2030. We have resolved and we are sure we will achieve it by 24-25. That is 5 years earlier. Why am I saying this? I think the challenges we face in the energy, on the energy front, have introduced another imperative, which is Earlier we wanted to make the transition because it's the right thing to do. Today we want to make the transition because we don't have any choice. So it's introduced a imperative into the pace at which we are making the transition. I was just appointed, I was given charge of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry. I had a very interesting first discussion with the US Secretary for Energy. And she said, and I quote, that it is our intention to achieve 1 for 1 for 1. What does that mean? 1 kilogram of green hydrogen produced for $1 for 1 decade. And lo and behold, very soon I found one of the captains of industry in the private sector in India making the same 1 for 1 for 1. Now, being an old world, somewhat cynical civil servant, even though I'm a minister now, I started going into the costing. And I was saying, this is all very well. Tell me, how do you do it without the state providing large doses of subsidization? Well, I came to a conclusion, and I want to share that with you, that when the going gets tough, you need to come up with innovative solutions. So, insofar as green hydrogen is concerned, what do you need? You need to bring the cost of power down, and you need electrolyzers. And I think on both fronts, we are working with breakneck speed. What does that mean? It means, in effect, that if the cost of power in the national grid, let's say, is going to take a little time in coming down, it's coming down. Solar power has come down, others have come down. Set up captive plants yourself. One of the oil companies with which I deal, which is a very successful company, they have 11 refineries. They are already working on green hydrogen in 2 of them. Now it stands to reason that you must first create the demand. Because there's no point talking green hydrogen. You must create the demand, and then once you've created the demand, you must have the capacity to supply that. But you know, governments at the end of the day, and I'm very happy to admit that, only provide an enabling environment. They have a contribution to make in designing the ecosystem, but the real action takes place amongst the entrepreneurs, including and in particular the private sector. As I said, I wanted to speak, or rather, Nitin and I agreed I'd speak only for 15 minutes and then take your question. Let me give you a small example. I was in Milan recently to attend GasTech, which is an international conference of all the gas, people involved with all aspects of it. I was very happy that a German company CEO during a meeting told me that his company, Uniper, had entered into a joint venture with an Indian company called Greenco, and that they are spending up to $6.2 billion dollars on renewable energy and green hydrogen projects, and that Greenco would be supplying them pretty soon green ammonia at $600 a ton. Now, we are already using hydrogen in our refineries, I think around up to about 54%. We just need to make sure that that hydrogen which we are using, because I keep talking about demand, will become green hydrogen. This is my view. You may not share with it, but you may not share it. I personally believe that India has a great potential for green hydrogen for 2 reasons. One is that the access we have to good sunlight and solar energy, but more, I am not convinced that green hydrogen becomes really competitively viable unless you are able to consume it where you produce it. Because the storage and transportation of green hydrogen is something that you still need to address. I mean, as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. You'll come up with all kinds of things. You can put a fuel cell. But I think India is a great opportunity. And I see all our people already into entering into joint ventures for catalyzer manufacturing. I already see the mental, or rather the mindset, going in that direction. And I can quote to you what the Honorable Prime Minister said from the ramparts of the Red Fort on August 15th last year, 2021. He said, not only will green hydrogen be the basis of green growth through green jobs, that it will also set an example for the world towards clean energy transition. Now, there's an expression in my language which translated in a sense means that, you know, one guy does it, then the whole herd mentality, everybody follows. I was just looking at some basic statistics. I told you that we consume 5 million barrels of crude oil in a day. Guess how many people go to the petrol bunk every day in India? 60 million? In every day, 60 million people go to the petrol bunk to tank up. I tried to analyze that fuel consumption, and I found that 70% is two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Then I was in Milan for, it so happened that the New York Times on that day carried not an advertisement, a full front page report. Full means it was large part of the front page, and I preserved that copy, about how the Indian two-wheeler and three-wheeler market is now using replaceable batteries. You know, you use a battery when you think you're running short, you park it there, battery comes out like a briefcase, you push it in there, the meter records how much you've still left, you take a fresh one, you charge, and you're off. Now, I don't want to take time on lithium and all those things, everybody knows the whole story. But you know, if you look at the work which is being done, I think this is innovation and technology. I mean, Mr. Raghavan was giving you an overall setting on technology, but I tell you, most of us are not even familiar with what work is being done on a commercial scale through applied technologies. Now, I'll give you two small examples. I hosted a dinner at home, a lunch at home, where to demonstrate to about 150 people, mostly from the press and some colleagues in the Council of Ministers, something called Surya Nutan. Surya Nutan is a solar cooker. Earlier people heard a lot about it and dismissed it, but this one is, you don't need to get a big contraption. It's like a little 4-plate top that you can get. Install it in your home. If you have a solar panel on top, it can do the cooking, meet your cooking requirements for a family of 4 or 5 people, 2 adults, 2 or 3 children, etc. And it has enough storage. In night when there is no direct feed, the battery would, take care of it. All I need to do is to bring the cost of that Surya Nutan cooker down by 3,000-4,000 rupees. And I believe you will not need, no, we've already done a jump. We've gone from wet, wood, coal, to gas in our sensing. Now we've gone to pipe gas. Saying you're almost breaking into the next phase. And then if you have enough green hydrogen, you should be able to put carbon dioxide through it and get synthetic gas. So the work which is being done, I have the head of OVL sitting here, but if you are interested, please see what the research R&D department of some of our companies are doing. This solar cooker has been produced by them. Prime Minister said in 2017 that it should be possible. They worked on it and they got it. And if we are, given our economies of scale, if we are able to, say, issue a tender, different tenders for 30 million pieces of the solar cooker, the price will come below 10,000 rupees, and that's all that I'm looking for. Electric vehicles, similarly. Indian Oil Corporation is soon going to set up a hydrogen dispensing facility for fuel cell electric vehicles at its Koyali refinery at Vadodara in Gujarat. Already there is a pilot project, if I'm not mistaken, where these hydrogen fuel cell buses are plying between Vadodara and Kevadia and the Sabarmati ashram. IOCL also plans to build the country's first green hydrogen plant at the Mathura refinery. GAIL has awarded a contract to set up the PEM-based project that will produce 4.3 tons of green hydrogen per day, about 10 megawatts capacity, which will be mixed in natural gas for supply to industries. And I want to conclude with a reference to something we've already done. For instance, how long was it? 1 month ago, the Panipat refinery? The Prime Minister inaugurated a second-generation ethanol plant at Panipat, which produces ethanol from agricultural waste. Those of you who have lived in Delhi know what it is to get choked in the winter months when agricultural stubble is burnt there. Now, if you can collect that agricultural waste and make 2G ethanol, and we are hoping that by November this year, we will be producing, Panipat refinery is operational. We will be producing 5 million liters just using this, what's it called, cellulistic technology. So, technology, since the setting was technology and what we can do with technology, I'm going to be a little bold. Green hydrogen and the resolution of issues relating to green energy will not come from the energy sector. Electricity is at the end of the day only 17%. You will need more electricity. We'll have electric vehicles. I mean, by the first quarter of next year, my reading is that a lot of the manufacturers will roll out a lot of electric vehicles. Our companies are going to have, 22,000 electric vehicle charging stations at our normal bunks. I know state governments are doing this. So you will, in a very short period of time, reach a situation where people will want electric rather than diesel. In any case, for a variety of reasons, will be less, but even petrol. So if you look at batteries for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and you look at electric vehicles, but then the grid has to be green. So I think there are some fascinating things happening. I want to congratulate Nitin and his team for organizing a setting amongst like this and an interaction amongst people who are professionals in their own field or people who are coming into the world, etc. And I think I greatly valued the opportunity. I was a little worried about the timing today, but I think I've spoken far longer than I intended to. But I'd still be happy to take question and answers. Thank you very much.
We will take a couple of questions from the audience. In the meantime, if somebody can get a cup of coffee, for hot coffee from the counter there. Are there any questions from the audience? If not, I will first start off, and before you collect your thoughts and give me any questions, any queries you have for the Minister. But as they collect their thoughts, let me ask you, Minister, the the ministry that you head, of course, has the responsibility of transiting from fossil fuel to green, sustainable energy, green hydrogen, and otherwise. But this was fascinating to know that your companies are also getting into electric charging points, and you're also concurrently the Urban Affairs Minister. So, in terms of urbanization, how do you see this energy transition helping in sustainable things?
It's even more pronounced in the Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry.
Yeah.
Look, The Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry also deals with urban transport.
Exactly.
So the simpler way is that if we are going to get buses plying on green hydrogen or electric buses, that's one part of the story. But the metro system, we have 785 kilometers of metro lines running. We have another 950 under construction, but that's one part. I want to go to another area. You know, we build something like 700 to 900 million square meters of urban space every year, or we produce a Chicago every year. Because of the country's size and the construction sector, this is not my figure, it's McKinsey. One of the things that the Prime Minister focused on very early was that we needed to transition from the earlier world of brick and mortar and very high toxicity coming from construction related work. So he decided to declare one full year as the housing construction technology challenge year. Full year. Based on, and we had a big event called all the companies in the world over, the leaders, invited them to India to participate by demonstrating their technologies. Based on that interaction, 53 technologies were shortlisted, cutting edge technology. And based on those 53 technologies, 6 of them were then used to have what are called glass house demonstration projects. That is, you had, lighthouse, what am I saying? Lighthouse demonstration projects. 1,000 units to be built during 1 year using that latest technology, totally green. And for those technology providers and that project to have a tie-up with a university like IITs, etc., for incubating and making it available. Nitin, the honest God's truth is that some of the private sector in India are no longer using these old technology. I mean, if you go to the leaders in this, they're using brand new technologies. I mean, I shouldn't blow my ministry's trumpet or anything, but we got the Kartavya path done in 18 months during a pandemic. We are hoping to get the parliament building completed within 22 months. Again, using the latest building technologies. And fact is, when you use technology, the vested interests which are rained against you will say this is more expensive, this is that. But because they will go out of business. It's like a good university teacher set in his old ways will be averse to newer curricula coming because his textbook doesn't remain valid. So you will have that resistance. But once people realize that you can, using modern technology with much less toxicity, you know, I periodically am invited to participate in buildings, in conferences which deal with green building technologies. Right from the plumbing system, etc. There's a revolution taking place out there. But that we are only in one part of the revolution. If you go to a country like Germany, I don't know where was it, in Davos. I mean, the car manufacturers were telling me that they will not only insist on green fuels, etc., which is happening, they will also insist on green technology for the manufacture of the auto parts. So housing, and that is a very major area. I focused on petroleum because you said transition and green hydrogen.
That's right. No, of course. Is there a question from the audience? Yes, please. This lady, young lady there, and there is this one. There's someone put the hand out there. Yeah. Can we give her a mic, please? Right there. Please introduce yourself and ask the question. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sejal, and I am a third-year economics student from OP Jindal Global University.
Could you put the mic a little closer to your...
Yeah. Mic closer.
My name is Sejal, and I'm a third-year final-year economics student from OP Jindal Global University. My question is that you emphasized on climate change, and the steps that India is taking towards climate change. But given the pandemic, economically, do you think climate change is the first sector we should look at to revive the economy, or would it be poverty? Since there were a lot of people who lost jobs and employment and also their houses and everything, lives.
Okay, let me take another question and then come. Okay.
Please, but just, I want to understand this. You mentioned climate change and you mentioned the pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, pandemic was not caused due to climate change. Pandemic, I think the jury is still out as to where the virus and how it came and so on. But we'll put that aside for the moment. The challenge as I see it, and what I think is our, not only are stated, but what we are implementing, is that true to our commitments on climate change and the goals that we've set for ourselves, we will achieve that transition. But that transition requires us to survive today. And that survival can come only through adjustment. Let me give you an example. If supplies of gas from one source dry up, let's say for Europe, the choice will be to either get gas supplies for heating in the winter from another source, or the choice will be to find some other medium to provide the energy for meeting the winter requirements. So it's a question of navigating through these choices. There are no easy solutions. If the supply of energy sources as you know them were to suddenly dry up totally, you would be left with using firewood. Or let's say, if energy is not available to fuel your transport, you still have an option to riding on camels again.
They're talking about energy poverty in Europe.
No, I don't want to go to any particular world, because I think the world is also not what it appears to be. You know, I keep saying that when you are facing challenges, the solutions you'll come up with will be determined more by the entrepreneurial innovation that you are able to show up.
There's a lady here, and that's the final question here. Yeah, can we give her a mic? Because the minister has to go, and then the subsequent session has to begin. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Divyanshi, and I'm a second-year student of public policy from O.P. Jindal Global University. So, sir, firstly, thank you so much for making those wonderful points about how, especially, the transition to green energy and sustainability is even more pronounced in the Urban Affairs Department, especially. So, sir, in consideration of the Urban Affairs Ministry, when we look at the metropolitan areas of our country, we often notice that there is a huge degree of concentration of the socio-economically disadvantaged groups in congested localities, which are often not in alignment with the sustainability goals that the country is so aggressively and assertively working on right now. So, sir, what would the policy suggestions from your end would be with respect to how the government of India should tackle aligning such socio-economically disadvantaged areas with green energy transition and sustainability?
First of all, we must get our sequentiality right. The areas that you refer to are somewhat pejoratively referred to as slums. I don't like the term, so the internationally accepted word is informal settlements. But why do informal settlements arise in the first instance? Because people come looking for jobs from tier 2 and 3 cities to tier 1 cities looking for work. And typically, when you are in a situation of in a developing country like India, where the overall economy is the 5th largest in the world, etc., but still per capita income is very low. So people will go looking for that. So rather than blame them, I think the fact that they live in these informal settlements in concentrations in prime land and cities is a stark reminder that there was neglect and criminal neglect, and that our policies were wrong. Because normally when people moved looking for jobs from let's say a rural area to an urban area, or a tier 2 and 3 city to a tier 1 city, the city must have the receptivity and the ability to provide those shelters. But the cities didn't have it, so informal settlement. But the issue is that this happened some time ago. Even now, autonomous urbanization will go on taking place. The urban population of India in 1947 was 17% of our total population. And the total population then was 350 million. In 2047, when we'll be 100 years old as an independent country, our urban population will be 870 million. The urban population, and it will be 50% of our population. Delhi's population in 1947 was 8 lakhs. After refugees like my previous generation came in, it went from 8 lakhs to 22 lakhs. What do you think it will be when we have the next census? Over 2 crores. But cities have to grow. Now today what has happened is, even if the urban population in India is about, say, 40% or so, less than 40%, 30% plus, but the cities are contributing nearly 75% of our GDP. So the economic growth and vitality is in the cities. That's why people come looking for jobs. And when they come looking for jobs, they're actually contributing to that economic effort. So what this government has done with great degree of success, we have what is called in-situ slum rehabilitation under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Now I can give you an example. I think it is Greater Kailash, where we are coming up with 700 homes, which was informal settlement through a system of cross-subsidization and public-private partnership. The people will get a clean, decent apartment with all the modern amenities on an as-is where they live. You see, the experiment of 1975, when civil liberties were curtailed, when you took people and settled them somewhere 100 kilometers away, it doesn't work. In our kind of democracy, it's a non-starter. So this in-situ slum rehabilitation is a very good system of rehabilitation. Another lesson that we learned during the pandemic, and this is something common to both of what you have said, is that a large percentage of your working population in big cities constitutes migrant workers. So we've come up with another scheme called Affordable Rental Housing Company. So there were some old houses, or industry can build houses for giving on rent to these people, etc. And again, those schemes are taking off. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or the affordable housing scheme, I just want to conclude quickly with the statistics. We were told when the scheme started in 2015, based on demand assessments which came from the states, that we would require 1 crore to build 1 crore tenements through different 4 verticals. After we went through it, the demand kept rising, and today we have already sanctioned 1 crore 22 lakhs, out of which 1 crore and 5 lakhs have already been grounded. 65 lakhs homes have already been given to the beneficiaries. So if you take these schemes together, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana scheme, affordable housing, then what we've done for the, the street vendors, Swanidhi scheme, you take them all together, you can see that the issue of urban rejuvenation, my predecessor used to call it a renaissance, but I've not got there yet. So rejuvenation, a lot of work has been spent. And my concluding statistic is, in the 10 years of the Congress-led UPA government, the total amount of expenditure incurred on all the urban schemes put together was 1,57,000 crores in 10 years. Mr. Modi's scheme started in June 2015. In the 7 years since June 2015, the amount of expenditure incurred is over 8 times. That's 12 lakh crores. So the urban spaces are undergoing a change which is visible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. In fact, I know that you have time constraint, but it was wonderful to hear your thoughts, and even if you extended your stay voluntarily, that was very good, because I'm sure the insights that you provided will be very useful to the audience here. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for being here.
May I quickly request Nitin to present mementos to our 2 dignitaries. Thank you very much for taking out the time. I would love to request both of you to please be seated in the audience and witness our first session on green energy.
Yes.
You have to run, okay. I do hope Mr. Raghavan will stay with us. And without much ado, let me quickly introduce the first session that we're about to have, which is the session on green energy. India launched the National Hydrogen Mission in 2021 after the Prime Minister's announcement from the Red Fort in August 2021. The main objective in this is to achieve energy security by cutting reliance on imported fossil fuels and decarbonize the economy. Discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anil Padmanabhan is the editor of Capital Calculus on Strat News Global. I request you to please come up on stage while I introduce and call upon the other panelists. The lead speaker for this session is His Excellency Freddie Swain, the Danish ambassador to India. His Excellency Mr. Swain is currently posted as the Danish ambassador to India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives and Nepal. He entered the Danish Foreign Service in 1982 and has held several important posts during his distinguished career. Sir, thank you very much for taking out the time to join the panel. Our next speaker is Mr. Rajashri Gupta, the Managing Director of ONGC Videsh. Mr. Gupta took over charge as MD and CEO ONGC Videsh since July 2022. He has more than 33 years of diversified experience in various facets of upstream oil and gas businesses. Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta, for taking out the time and joining the panel. We will also be joined virtually by Mr. Dennis Garman, who is currently the Chief Strategist for Lockheed Martin Energy. And he has been with the company since March 2016. Mr. Garman is responsible strategy and marketing plans to ensure Lockheed Martin Energy's position for success in highly competitive commercial markets. So he joins us online. I will ask my colleague to just confirm if the connection, okay, he's with us online. And I request Mr. Anil Padmanabhan to take the session forward. Sir, Mr. Padmanabhan, Mr. Gupta has a flight to catch, so just keep that in mind, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Nilanjana, and thank you, everybody. I will just jump into it because we are on a very tight schedule. Mr. Gupta has to catch a flight and Ambassador has to leave 5 minutes later. So we'll just begin and I'll cut out my intro. So, Mr. Gupta, if you could...
A very good afternoon to all dignitaries here, excellencies, panel, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. As I can see that been a more apt topic for Catalyst 2022 than green energy empowering the safe future. On this aspect, I would like to share a few of my perspectives, which I hope can work as a catalyst to encourage this discussion as we go forward. Today, as the Honorable Minister was also referring to, it's a given that transition is happening. We have to, and we are moving towards green energy. However, this green energy transition is today not only for the climate or for our progeny. It is also required for our security, the energy security of the country, overall security of the nations. The world order is changing, and to reduce our import dependence, the next biggest bet that we can have as a nation is to become the front runners for green energy. That's my first point. Second, the whole narrative of green energy being measured by the tailpipe emissions, I would believe that a more wholesome discussion can take place on the life cycle cost of the tailpipe emissions. I would believe that a more wholesome discussion can take place on the life cycle cost of any energy source which we harness to generate energy. So that would make it probably a bit more different. And for so-called polluting energy sources like the fossil fuels, I believe the solutions will come from the industry itself. One big such scheme is CCUS, as we call it, carbon capture, utilization, storage and sequestration. If we can capture the carbon that the fossil fuels are emitting and put it back into Mother Earth, then the net zero thing can be achieved. Third point that is very important is transitions do not happen overnight. This will be a series of transitions. The first big transition that happened from biomass to coal took 70 years. From coal to oil, another 70 years. And kindly do remember, none of these are not happening as of now. So coal still remains, biomass still remains. Fossil fuel, oil and gas have just reached about 35–40%. So when the transition happens, it's not that one energy source takes over the whole 100%. One statistics, when coal displaced biomass, it had to displace about 500 million barrels of oil equivalent, to use that metrics. Today, if coal was to substitute biomass, it would have been 4.5 billion tons, not to work below these temperatures. Can we have carpooling? Can we have mandatory such requirements where we only do not have some more discipline or some more responsibilities as citizens of nations to also contribute towards the climate change? Why only the supply side? One last point from my side, by 2030, all the emissions that will come from India, 60% of that are from machines and buildings which do not exist today. So there is a huge potential here for policy making and to make it more viable for green energy to substitute these new buildings and new equipments which are coming up. And I do believe that any global energy transition, the road has to go through India because that's the energy leader and the energy demand is coming from. And today, India, with the government's policies and the proactive regime that is there, is well poised to take over this leadership in energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and also for staying within the time constraint. Ambassador, if you could go next.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm extremely pleased and thrilled to be invited for this fantastic discussion. I will start in a different way. When I was a young boy, suddenly all the oil supply stopped to my country. That was in the beginning of the 1970s. At that time, we were 100% dependent on fossil fuel. What did we do? We stepped out of our comfort zone. We had visionary politicians, we had researchers, we had the private sector. And they, in fact, reinvented the wind industry, the wind turbines. And today, Denmark is a global leader when it comes to wind, whether it's onshore or offshore. More than 50% of our electricity comes from wind. And the consumption of electricity from wind has increased drastically. The same with other renewables. So the point here is we can have visionary politicians, and you certainly have a visionary green prime minister here in India, no doubt about that. But what is important is that you and I, you and everybody living on this planet, we have to take individual responsibility. It's so easy to ask your politicians and your leaders and whoever to make new regulations and do X, Y things, but it will never make any substantial change if we are not taking individual responsibility. Therefore, I'm extremely happy that your Honorable Prime Minister has launched the idea of life, individual responsibility, and how to develop a quality of life. You can do it, we can do it, we should do it. Let me also add, I am a strong believer in India's proven capabilities and capacities. India is an accelerator. There's no other country who has produced recently as many unicorns as India. When I'm looking into the innovative skills of India, I am so surprised. You are an accelerator, and whatever kind of technology we bring to you from the West is always extremely expensive, not affordable, it's very sophisticated. Will it work in an Indian context? Not necessarily. So therefore we need to have an Indian partner to develop resilient, affordable technologies. Give you one example. Honorable Minister alluded to the, let's say, the gift from Punjab and Haryana and other places, namely in the fall of this year and all the other years we will be choked with air pollution. I recently inaugurated a power plant, bio-based power plant in Haryana. It can generate electricity, 16 megawatt a day. It operates 24/7. It has created more than 1,000 jobs. The straw from the farmers is being paid for, so they will get 5,000 rupees per acre of land. It's a fantastic idea. Why? Because it's in the rural side and it will keep people there. They are not moving into Delhi or other places in the quest for a job. So what is important is to believe in India, to use the innovative skills of India and take your technologies. Denmark and India, we have developed a green strategic partnership. It is dependent, based on 5 S's: scale of India, skills of Denmark, which means technology and all that, speed, because we need to operate and achieve goals as soon as possible, the SDGs and so forth. Scope, whatever we do, should not only be for Denmark, India, it should be for the planet. 5th, sustainability. And then we have added 3 Gs. We have to be good, not only to ourselves, but to our future generations. We have to be great because we have to develop innovative solutions. And the 3rd G is green. So whatever we are doing, whatever India is going to do, has to be green and sustainable. So I think I will keep my comments here and just say, we believe in India. India is in the accelerator, and there's no way around India in the green transition, and you will do it before 2047. Dhanyavad.
Shukriya, Ambassador. So, Mr. Gorman, if you can you hear us? I think you're muted. I think you're on mute.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you.
Thank you. We work with countries around the world, and especially in India, where we've been for over 30 years. And if you think about Lockheed in terms of national defense and security, we think of security a little more broadly than that. And that is to include energy security. And I think, you look at the events of today, you see how intrinsically linked they really do become. I mean, because you think about a normal day, when the weather's comfortable and the load is predictable, the electric grid is truly a marvel. But as with the increase of natural and man-made challenges, the resiliency of any grid is truly a marvel. But as with the increase of natural and man-made challenges, the resiliency of any grid is certainly put to the test. We see that in the US with Hurricane Fiona knocking out the entire electric grid in Puerto Rico. We see it obviously, things unfolding in Europe and how energy is being attacked in order to undermine national security. Not just within Ukraine with the nuclear plants attacks, but also threatening the supply chain of natural gas into Europe in order to undermine their support. And so that's why we see those kind of coming together as energy security as well as national security. But I think globally, we all look at India as a leader in this green energy, this clean energy transition. The investments made in renewable technology is providing valuable lessons in leadership and convictions around doing the right things for the country as well as the world. What's really been exciting is early investments in renewable technologies have placed India in an advantageous cost position. Not only is the technology good for climate, but it also now makes more financial sense than other technologies. And so this puts India in a unique position versus many countries, is combining this to reduce air pollution could act as a trigger for early coal retirements. And this would further entrench India's leadership in that clean energy transition. Obviously, more will be needed to support the net zero commitments. And you look at the grid network being able to make no mistake about it. India is moving in the right direction, and it's great to see. And really is an example we've used as we've talked with other companies. And so I think the thing we're excited about and look forward to is, how do we continue to be a partner for India? We've worked with companies with India already within the defense side as well as in energy with Camlin Fine Sciences. And we look forward to continue engaging and working with India in support of this ambitious objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman, and thank you all three for being speaking so succinctly. Appreciate that. We'll just open up for questions. I will go first. So if anybody in the audience, please put your thoughts together and we can have a couple of questions. We have up to 3:40. My first question to actually all three of you, we lost Mr. Gorman. Okay. So my first question to both of you is, one thing is, he talked about the global technology, you also mentioned it. And the countries like India, let's take India's story, the cost, IFC estimates that mitigation costs for India will be about 3.1 trillion by 2030. So two questions here. One, where does the funding for this come from? Second, is the technology really transferable internationally? And Mr. Gupta, if you could respond later after the ambassador goes, on when you go out to procure technology, what is your response?
Me? Okay, thank you very much. I've done many years ago. Secondly, it's important that all the financial institutions are geared really to finance climate change related developments, and thereby also bringing in and bringing down the cost of technology. Second question from your side, is technology transferable? Yes, it is. We have transferred a lot of our technologies to Indian partners, and they are doing a fantastic job. When I mentioned this bio-based power plant in Haryana, the boilers are coming from a Danish company. They have been Indianized, so they can really work 24/7, 365 days a year in an Indian climate, which is very different from a climate in Denmark or in Europe. Yes, so it can be done, it has to be done, there's no alternative to it. So we have to help you, we have to inspire you, we have to bring the money to where it is needed. So we also need a reform of all international institutions, and I'm happy that India's G20 presidency is really targeting that. So the future is around and is being shaped and defined. We will be a partner and a strong supporter of that. Dhanyavad.
Just to add to what Excellency said, in this area, that what we are seeing is there is less of competition and more sense of collaboration, more sense of partnerships. All over the world, we talk to the Ørsteds or the Equinors or the Totals. All these are our partners. We have MOUs with them. So everybody wants to forge a win-win relationship across nations, in their host countries, in third countries. And there is an understanding that if we win, you win. So it is, if somebody is getting the biggest turbines for offshore wind, they want to share that with us. If somebody is getting the latest technology in hydrogen to bring the cost down, they would like to come to India. India is the biggest market there. So what we believe is now it is not competition, and it will not be that way. Similarly for money, it is not fair on a continent like Africa to say that you forget all your mineral resources and jump to the latest technology. So there is where the COP26 come in, where the Honorable Prime Minister said that the developing nations we have given great commitments and we are living up to that. So this money that has to come in, that is the biggest. It has to be PPP, it has to be something from the government, it has to be from something from the global community. But it cannot be that we cannot look only up to the government to fund everything and do all the policy making. It has to, all the stakeholders have to step in.
Mr. Gorman, you're there.
Thank you. No, some very good points there, and would agree on the finance portion of that. Is I don't think there's anybody has an expectation that the government funds everything. The good news is there's a number of financial levers that are available to any business to help with being a partner and being a part of this clean energy transition. And as we've done in other countries, we look at a plethora of financing options to make that happen. So it's not an expectation that any one side would bear 100% of the responsibility of doing that. And so we would look to what we've done in the past to be able to do that. I think the other thing also on the technology, as I mentioned earlier, and so we would look to what we've done in the past to be able to do that. I think the other thing also on the technology, as I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, Lockheed's been in India for over 30 years, and we have numerous partners and invested tens of millions of dollars in investments in revenue and exports, and that's a partner as a key part of that. And I think the strength of any company is not the product they have, which is very important.
There's a gentleman right at the back.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to even ask a question. My question is to the Danish ambassador. Sir, how do you see the Green Strategic Partnership that our Prime Minister was fortunate enough to sign last year, working into India's climate goals as well as our goals for 2070?
Thank you very much. The Green Strategic Partnership is built on a concept where we are not teaching and preaching India what to do. This is a platform where we have catered in the missions of your Honorable Prime Minister and the government of India, whether it's Jal Jeevan or green hydrogen and whatever and whatnot, with whatever kind of skills we have, meaning technologies. And we have secured that our companies will transfer that technology. They will invest here, they will do skilling, and they will create jobs. We are strong believers that India has to develop sustainably. Your Prime Minister has said it, has undertaken the most strongest commitments in Glasgow. And I'm pretty sure in COP27 coming up in Egypt, you will see even more strong commitments from India. But that will have to do with our lifestyle. That's why this great idea of life, you and I and all of us. Dhanyavad.
Thank you.
Gentleman right in the front.
Hi, I'm Anirudh Suri, and I run a technology venture capital fund, and I am also a non-resident scholar with Carnegie India. So my question is to actually both the panelists, and in fact all the panelists. So when we talk about climate finance, obviously it's clear that it has to be government and private sector, as you rightly mentioned. So my question is, what kind of split can we envision here? It's clear that it's going to be a joint effort, but what kind of split would you envision from both your government standpoints, but also globally? That's one. Second, I hear a lot of conversation around financing and project financing of large projects. So it could be large solar projects, large battery-driven projects, but I'm not hearing enough conversation happening around the funding of startups in this space. So I would love to hear your perspectives, whether you are in the process of engaging with startups that are engaged in interesting climate technology startups, or is this largely going to be a big boys game?
The mix or the percentage is anybody's guess. I don't know at this point in time, and it would be not proper to hazard something, a point in this. But yes, I believe the governments have made a start. They are earmarking funds. The private sector is stepping in. The banks, the biggest factor here, banks are still playing safe, if I may use the word. So project financing, when there is a viable project, bankable project, there is project financing. But for the startups, you also have a large funds available with the PE groups, and they are ready to invest. I was in Houston for 3.5 years. The PE groups, they were always saying that we require good ideas. So we invest in ideas, not in the project. So if those bridges can be built, or those networking can happen from such forums or other such organizations, their PE funds are flush with funds and they would like to invest in India. We can always, as government organizations or the main government itself, can help handhold these people, get you in contact. But there is belief in the India story, brand India. The next growth that will come from clean energy will be from here. The market is here. So I don't see any reason that funds should be shortage, not from the big banks, but from the other private equity guys.
I share very much what was said already by Mr. Gupta. Important to keep in mind that there's tons of capital flowing around in the world, but this capital is not necessarily coming to where it's needed. So we need to build up some de-risking mechanism. In my country, we have a very, let's say, substantial sovereign funds like in many other countries, and they are always talking about investing in green transition. But let's say their main objective is to generate a return on their investment. So I'm constantly telling them, why don't you set aside a little bit of the money for really genuine green investment? And I believe that governments can't do much, should not do much. What really counts is the private sector and all those who have huge amounts to be invested. I'm pretty sure that will happen. I'm also very keen to enter into a discussion about how all these Bretton Woods institutions, being the World Bank, IMF, and so forth, are they really designed to cater for all these challenges that we are facing today? I'm not so sure, and therefore I'm happy that India will look into that, being the G20 presidency. When it comes to startups, yes, we are there. We have tons of facilities also on our part. We are kind of matchmaking. We are trying to find the greenest of the greenest, really, to secure that technology is being brought to the end user. Last mile connectivity is also important here. So Mrs. Kumar, who lives in Rajasthan in a small village, should also get access to fantastic technologies, and we have to help that making of that development of these technologies. And India is the biggest, most strategic partner for that. Dhanyavad.
Mr. Gorman.
Very good. I will borrow some words from the previous speakers, but it really does depend on the project itself in order to create what that funding mix is. And the good news is there's increasingly more sources of the project itself in order to create what that funding mix is. And the good news is there's increasingly more sources of funding that's available. And of course, you've always got to deliver on the business case. But also, I think important, you've got to be able to show demonstrable results. And I think that makes the financial institutions more comfortable in providing when you're able to demonstrate those results over time. We try to cast a pretty broad net as to who we partner with and who we work with. We do invest in startups heavily on the defense side. We're a little behind on the energy side, but that's something that is in our bandwidth, and it's in our scope and focus of, as we look at not only continuing the development of our core product, which is a long duration battery storage, but also what's beyond that. And that's the things we're working on right now, is what's the things that's going to carry us the next 10, 20, 30 years beyond.
Thank you. Any more? Right up here, this gentleman. And there's a lady behind. Sir, here.
I'm Janak Gadjok. I happen to be the Director General, Amity Institute of Defense Strategic Studies. I've got 2 points here. I'm not really here to sermonize or pontificate, but I would like to bring to your notice that it's very important, as the youth bulge is very evident in India, and we have the younger generation in the universities. I feel it's very important, like large universities, you know, like Amity, which is showing tremendous amount of pedagogic progression. We have something called the Amity incubation, that is innovation incubators, a kind of green energy startup which can be given to the students, because you see, you've got a brilliant segment of students who are working on at least, I think 25 crores has already been set up. So I think the academia requires to be encouraged. And secondly, I would like to also propose that I think the Prime Minister has gone in for the CSR in the science domain. It's called the scientific CSR. I feel it's not a bad idea. We could have your comments. If we could have a certain amount of allocation, which would be quite modest, and make it kind of mandated or an imperative for people to invest in green energy as far as CSR is concerned. What are your views on it? Thank you very much.
It's difficult not to agree with you. I think it's a way forward. And in Denmark, now the government has decided to put a special green tag on domestic air flights. So you're being taxed as per mileage. If the aircraft, the airline is using fossil fuel, then you have to pay a certain extra amount to compensate for that. And it's going to be rolled out. I think it's a brilliant idea. We should do more of that. One thing which is important is to really to connect with the youth. In December, we are organizing, in Karnataka, we are organizing a big conference called Unleash. And the whole idea is to unleash the young talents, and we will invite, together with the Indian stakeholders, thousands of students from across the world. They have to develop innovative solutions that will address all the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. It's the third of its row. It started in Singapore, it went to China, and then we took it to Greenland. That was not so.
And strategic studies. My question is, how can the other countries learn from India when it comes to green tech in the sector of military technology?
Can you just come again? I didn't get your question.
My question is, what can the other countries learn from India about the usage? Countries learn from India about the usage of green tech in the military sector.
Wow.
Green tech and military sector beyond my scope.
Mr. Gorman, would you like to take that question? Because
yeah, I think interestingly, our first installation will be at for our long-duration storage grid star flow, will actually be at a U.S. Army base in Colorado in the U.S. And their intent is really focusing on resiliency within the military bases. Energy continues to be one of the top expenses for the military here. And they're looking to be able to simulate microgrids and renewable integration, which are essential for any military base to be able to support. They're looking for additional integration, which are essential for any military base to be able to support. They're looking for additional functionality over that. So it's an area that is of deep interest. Obviously, we're very focused on that, and we're working with a number of other countries on that as well. So we look forward to doing that with India.
okay, thank you very much, everybody. I think there's flights to be caught, destinations to be reached. Thank you so much. And Ambassador, I'll just throw a request on behalf of Strat News Global. I think whatever you have said today has triggered a lot of conversations. Maybe you should have a dedicated event with Denmark as a country partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Big hand.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful session. May I please request Mr. Sagar Mitkari. He is a friend of Strat News Global. He's our well-wisher. He's traveled all the way from Nagpur to join us because he's interested in these subjects. I request him to please present mementos to our dignitaries on stage. A memento to His Excellency Freddie Swain, Danish Ambassador to India. A memento to Mr. Rajashri Gupta, Managing Director, ONGC Videsh Limited. And, and a memento to the moderator, Mr. Anil Padmanabhan. No, I think we could, can we have a group picture? Can we have a group picture, please? Too heavy for you to carry 3, I understand. Can we just, can we do the formality? Go up on stage. After the picture, just go up on stage, please. I request Sagarji to please present a memento to the moderator after this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Gupta, I hope I kept my word to you. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking out the time to speak to us. Your Excellency, thank you very much for taking out the time. I would also like to thank Mr. Garman. He joined us online, but very, very interesting remarks. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Without wasting any more time, can we please move on to population. It will roll out in 13 cities in the first phase, including, of course, New Delhi, India's capital. The 5G technology has been conceived as a foundation for expanding the potential of a networked society. The economic benefits of the 5G technology and beyond are seen to benefit India's efforts to increase its GDP, creating employment and help digitizing the economy. 5G will also bridge the digital divide in rural India. By 2030, 5G-enabled digitization is being seen as a $17 billion opportunity in which smart enterprises powered by the next generation network will be a key economic multiplier. For more on this, we will turn to our industry leaders. This session will be moderated by Surya Gangadharan, the editor of stratnewsglobal.com. I would like to invite him on stage first, and after that, I will invite our panelists one by one. The lead speaker of this session, Dr. Abhay Karandikar, Director, IIT Kanpur. He is an Indian educator, engineer, advisor, best known for his work in telecommunication sector in India. Prior to serving as Director of IIT Kanpur, he held a number of positions, including Dean and Institute Chair Professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Bombay, Center for Development of Advanced Computing and TSDSI. He was one of the founding members of Telecom Standards Development Society of India and appointed as its first chairman from 2014 to 2016 and chairman from 2016 to 2018. He was chairman of the committee to give recommendations to the Government of India on size, scope and quantum of spectrum for experimental spectrum license of 5G. Dr. Karandikar, thank you very much for joining this session. Our next panelist, Mr. Narendra Nath, Joint Secretary, NSCS. Welcome, sir. Mr. Narendra Nath is the Joint Secretary of the National Security Council Secretariat. Prior to that, he was the Deputy Director General Security Assurance in the Department of Telecom from July 2017 to February 2019. He has also served as Deputy Director General Security, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Mr. Narendra Nath, thank you very much for being a part of this panel. Our next speaker is Mr. Satish Jamadagni, Senior Vice President, Global Standards, Technology Development at Reliance Jio. Mr. Jamadagni has about 22 years of industry experience in the telecom domain, covering devices, networks, platforms, and services. He has led teams contributing towards product development and delivery. He's developed standards and delivered essential patents for key organizations such as Reliance Jio, Motorola, and Samsung. Mr. Jamadagni, thank you very much for being a part of this panel. And we have Mr. Ganesh Lakshmi Narayan. Is he? Yeah, there you are. Okay. He is the CEO and Head Enterprises Business, Airtel. Mr. Ganesh Lakshmi Narayan is responsible for strengthening Airtel's market leadership in the B2B segment and accelerate growth as enterprises undergo digital transformation to become future ready. He brings with him rich experience in the IT and technology sector. Prior to joining Airtel, he was COO for Capillary Technologies. He was instrumental in starting Dell's operation in India 20 years ago. Mr. Lakshminarayan, thank you very much for being a part of this session. I hand over the session to the moderator, Surya Gangadharan. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Nilanjana, thank you. Let's jump into this at the earliest. I'd like each of you to give us a sense of 5G. Where do you see it going? How important is it? What are your, what's your thinking on 5G? Abhay Karandikar, would you kick this off?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would, as you, all of you know, that 5G stands for fifth generations of cellular mobile communication system. The cellular mobile communication system has undergone several evolutions, starting from only voice connectivity to providing internet to a packet-based cellular mobile communications in 4G. The 5G actually brings a paradigm shift where we not only enable human-to-human voice communications or just the data communications, but a whole range of possibilities which will touch almost every sectors of economy. 5G communications is not just going to enable a faster broadband, but will also enable billions of devices which can be connected in a machine-to-machine communications. It will also enable the possibility of ultra-reliable and low-latency communications, which can also enable a host range of use cases and possibilities. In that sense, you know, we can say that we are moving to an era where the wireless communications, which is going to reopen with 5G and beyond technology, is going to be providing an all-pervasive digital connectivity space in almost, you know, all sectors where, you know, the human lives touch. So this is really a fundamental game-changing technology evolution that we have seen over the years, starting from the second generation of mobile communications whose objective was to provide telephony while on the go, where we have reached where almost every device and every human being, be it the wearable devices or, you know, the industrial or the factory automations, they will all get connected. So I think this is how we have come in terms of the technology evolutions, and the possibilities are almost limitless. In the Indian context, it plays a very, very important role because, as you know, that wireless has become the primary broadband access mechanism in the Indian context. So if you get almost fiber-like connectivity speed, then this will usher in the possibilities of providing a much wider digital connectivity in our country to access the broadband and the other applications.
Satish?
Yeah, the 5G opportunity from my viewpoint is the opportunity at home. So if you look at 5G, you're primarily looking at 1 Gbps, kind of a link in the backhaul. And at home, you have Wi-Fi. So essentially what happens is, the opportunity lies in trying to connect the home, and the application development space is not so much going to be on your phones, but it's going to be on the set-top box. So there'll be app development, but the platform is going to be the set-top box. That's where the biggest opportunity comes in. Why? Because you hear a lot of people talking about massive content consumption. Massive content consumption does not happen when you're on the go. It happens at the home, it happens in the schools. So this is where the opportunity lies, either schools, homes, all of these places. There is the underlying technology that will be needed to facilitate this. That's 5G as a backhaul, or 5G as a broadcast mode, or 5G is simply a broadband connectivity, what we call in 5G as EMBB, enhanced broadband mobility. It's not so much for mobility, but yeah, I mean, that's precisely where the opportunity lies. So this is the primary opportunity. You may hear a lot of discussion about IoT, opportunities in Industrial 4.0. These are all in my private networks, for example, 5G private networks. These are opportunities that is a thin slice of what the opportunity lies in the home. Even enterprise. Enterprise is a very thin technology, thin slice in my view, because these are technologies not just dependent on 5G. Majority of the automation today is autonomous. The fact that you say it is autonomous is that they don't need any connectivity. So you hear a lot of people talking about it will help in autonomous driving. Damn it, it is autonomous in the first place. What do you need connectivity for? I mean, either you not use the word autonomous, and you say you need some kind of a connectivity to be in place so that you can do remote driving or something, which is a very small use case. It's not a very mass market use case. But the mass market use case is the connected home in this space, in 5G. That's precisely what the shift is. The opportunity space is also very big at home. Now you see so many people develop apps for the mobile phone. You don't see many people developing apps for the home, but that's going to change. It's going to be apps on the set-top box, which is again, driven by the platforms. Education, you're talking of AR, VR. Where will that be consumed? It will be consumed in schools. And how will schools be connected? You put up 3 base stations which are dedicated to a school, for example, and provide them with 3 channels of broadcast over 5G. Then you have a connected school. Then you can have local content cached into an edge, etc., etc. That's how the story builds in. So that is the biggest opportunity from my viewpoint of view from a 5G perspective. The rest of the stuff is there, IoT, industrial IoT, it's going to take their own time. The reason why I believe IoT is a slow mover when compared to the opportunity at home is because, see, it's easy to talk of connectivity. I have IoT devices, which is all fine. But then, when you want to automate a factory, go talk to a factory and ask him to open up his interfaces. Let's see if you can do that. No. There is a robot which is coming from Japan, which is part of his production line, and that fellow will not open up anything about his whatever. It's a secret sauce that they make. I mean, that's the whole story. I mean, that's how they. So this is that's where the challenge lies. So it is going to be a very slow process over a period of time, but the immediate opportunity for 5G is connected home. Thank you.
Ganesh?
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Show of hands, how many of you have mobile phones? All of you have mobile phones. How many of you are happy with your mobile coverage and speed right now? Come on. At least half of you should be happy. Okay. How many of you have broadband fiber at home? All of you? All of you have fiber at home. That's pretty good. How many of you are happy with fiber? All of you are happy with fiber. Must be the richest neighborhood in that zone. So thank you. My name is Ganesh, and I'm very happy that my colleague from my esteemed competition believes the money is all to be made in consumer, which makes me happy because I run the B2B side of the Airtel, and I hope you won't be competing with me on the Airtel business side, because we believe the money should be all made in the corporate world in 5G. And the reason we believe that is simply this. two countries, US and China, has rolled out 5G now. China has the highest 5G subscriptions today. They've reached about 14% of their mobile connections on 5G today. And US is lagging a bit behind. Neither of them have seen any big increase in mobile bills. There has not been a significant increase in revenue per user in China, even though in China the spectrum was given out almost free and there was significant investment. They're much ahead of us. In India, we expect that 20% of the mobile connections will be 5G enabled in 3 years, which is actually 2 years better than 4G connection it took, right? With 4G, India has changed. You know, if you rewind our clock 5 years ago, we never could order our food online. We could not get cabs. We could not take our gym classes online. We couldn't take our office work online. But thanks to 4G and thanks to investment Jio and us made, we all enjoyed a digital age now. But you guys are not going to pay us more for 5G. You're not going to pay double the fees for downloading movies faster. That's just not going to happen, right? But if you look at enterprises on the other hand, a survey recently published says 80% of enterprise companies wants to adopt 5G in the next 3 years. So 20% penetration in consumer, 80% penetration in enterprise world. Because the technology advantage of 5G, which is the lower bandwidth, high latency, is really giving some interesting problems to be solved in the enterprise space. So we fundamentally believe, and I at least believe, because there is no other belief I should have because I ran the Airtel business and I've been told that I should give the ROI on all these investments. So we fundamentally believe that 5G will change our business side. And I'll give you one thing to think about. Today with 4G, when you order a pizza, you know exactly where the pizza is every minute, every second. You can all track it online, right? We still don't know, or we didn't know during COVID, where our oxygen cylinders were. So there is a significant amount to think about on how the back end of India, the factories, the supply chain, the logistics will get digitized with 5G. And that personally gets me excited. As Jio gets excited about homes, we want to be excited about the back end. That's where we are.
Mr. Narendranath, you are from government. What are your thoughts on 5G? I mean, I know you guys are driving it, but beyond that.
No. Actually, it's not that the government is driving it. The private sector, the industry is also driving it. And the whole nation is driving it. So it's a joint effort that's happening. So you can't say that only the government can take credit for what's happening here. Having said that, I think, you know, a broad spectrum of issues regarding 5G and what is 5G have been covered. I think from, you know, not getting into all those aspects would have already been covered. One thing I'll say is, you know, 5G is opening up a lot of opportunities. You know, we have always been talking about, you know, we do the catch-up business, you know, in terms of, especially when we talk of telecom, you know, bulk of the equipment that goes into the networks is imported equipment. And that's been a cause of concern for us. And it's also an opportunity for you at this point of time. So when we look at 5G, we look at it, and since, you know, there's an amount of work that's happened in the last few years in terms of industry participation, some research happening and some funding that going on into some research, participation and standardization activities. So there's a lot more insight that's gone into the technology and lots of, you know, Indians who are there in that, that is there. So, and that's an opportunity for us to leverage that and have, you know, you're going to have a proliferation, you know, of 5G deployments and all of that. And there I see an opportunity that should be exploited by us to have more homegrown companies that come in for, you know, coming up with equipment is one part. And also, as they pointed out, lots of use cases that would be coming up. And many of the use cases are not yet explored. Instead of looking towards others for finding problem statements and coming with solutions, I think there are a lot of problem statements within our own country. That is, you know, you start addressing them, there's an opportunity for people to come up with solutions that can come on these 5G platforms. In this domain, yes, there is an amount of work that's happened in trying to involve departments and sectors other than the telecom sector in getting onto the 5G bandwagon, like in the transportation sector, the health sector, and entertainment, all of these people to come up with problem statements and come up with solutions that are there. So that way I look at it as a big opportunity to kickstart our economy in terms of proliferating companies. The second dimension, of course, is, since I come from the National Security Council, is the security aspect. Now that 5G is going to proliferate across, and its IoT is also on a big way going to come about. Though we have some thoughts on IoT here, but I think there'll be so you'll find cyber physical systems being involved. Security is a cause of concern. And with the change in architecture, compute going towards the edge in this case, I think we should start thinking afresh about what security measures are to be taken. So that is another dimension I think that is going to exercise our minds.
Great. Abhay Karandikar, I'd like to again move to you. 5GI, the homegrown Indian 5GI, has been accepted by the International Telecom Union. So where do we go from here? What is the, are we going to see 5GI implemented in India, or is it being merged with the international standards that are already there?
Yeah. So I think, so before I talk about 5GI, let me just give you a few context. I think, as you know, that in 2G and 3G, most of the IPRs were held by the Western nations. India's contribution to the global standards was almost minimal or none. We took a very decisive step for forming the Telecom Standards Development Society of India, which was the India Telecom SDO, in 2013. And in 2014, TSDSI, which is the India's Telecom SDO, became an organizational partner of 3GPP, which is a body comprising of the telecom SDOs of US, Europe, China, South Korea, and Japan. And through that TSDSI, it gave us an opportunity for Indian entities to take our IPRs, our requirements, to the evolution of the cellular mobile wireless communications that was happening in 3GPP in various releases. So I think that was our first foot forward in order to influence the global standards. A large number of Indian entities started participating in the 3GPP deliberations, and we started making contributions. Of course, you know, there is always an element of when you want to push these IPRs into the standards, there are, you know, this commercial and, you know, technical and business interests are involved. And so when the ITU came out with the 5G requirements in the form of IMT 2020, which is sort of the official ITU name for 5G. Usually, I think the way in which the IMT 2020 will happen is that the 3GPP, which is the body which will submit it radio interface technology as a specification for IMT 2020. When some of our contributions that we wanted did not get into the 3GPP releases as the mandatory requirements, and we believed that those contributions will really help the India because you know, as you know, that the evolution of the 5G, the 3GPP was happening to support very high-speed mobility. But as you know, Satish mentioned that in Indian context, what is really needed is you know, a very high throughput or high speed connectivity when you are sitting at home or with a low mobility. And also to address our rural areas, we needed a large sort of coverage. Then, you know, as a part of the TSDSI, we decided to submit our own radio interface technology, which was largely based on the 3GPP specifications, but also had some some of, the features which were developed by, some of the Indian institutions. That was submitted as one of the possible radio interface technology to IMT 2020. ITU undergoes the evaluation of these radio interface technology, and of course, the Indian contributions from TSDSI met that standards, and that was what named to be called as 5GI, which actually became a IMT 2020 family of standards. But over a period of time, now whatever is the features that we wanted to introduce into 3GPP, that has now become a part of 3GPP release 17. It has been merged into the 3GPP. And in that sense, now it is also will become a part of the IMT 2020 family of standard. So in all these, a series of both the technical and the commercial negotiations, we could finally get a sort of a pie of our knowledge and our IPRs and requirements as a part of the global standards. And when that happens, obviously, the equipments which will be made conforming to those global specifications will also have the features and the IPRs that we really wanted in order to have the broadband proliferations of the 5G in the Indian context. So I think that is sort of the whole context of the 5GI. Globally, as we have seen that as the mobile telecommunication technology has moved from 2G to 5G, there has been a shift in the balance of IPR, which has now really moved from the West to the Asia Pacific regions, both in terms of China, South Korea. And obviously, we as a country like India would like to play a major role in terms of driving the future evolutions of the international standards to address, our requirements and our IPRs, because, we, as you know, that we are one of the largest telecom markets in the world. So I think that is really the context. So we believe that we have made a small beginning with the 5GI, but we have a big opportunity, and through TSDSI, we have a larger landscape to play in the global international standards for beyond 5G technologies as well.
So the IPR is ours?
Yeah, I mean, some IPRs that we wanted to have, yeah, it is, yeah.
And how does this, say an Indian company wants to go and do a project in Africa using our own homegrown technology, how does it work?
No, I would not say it's our own homegrown technology, because, there are certain technology components which were sort of pushed by us, but in order to make like a 5G equipment or a 5G base station, you really need to follow a whole lot of features and specifications which are now part of the 3GPP and IMT 2020 specifications. All I'm saying is that, in this whole landscape, a lot of countries, lot of entities and organizations have intellectual property rights. Till 3G or 4G, India had none. Now we have some, IPR reflections, and going forwards, we believe that as the Indian ecosystem evolves in terms of the technology vendors, companies and operators, we will start to have more and more IPRs push into the standard. And obviously, other global companies will also have. So it will be a sort of a level playing field where, we would be able to collaborate and compete in terms of, the technology evolutions.
Satish, you have given us kind of a little picture as to what your company is looking at, Reliance Jio, at the 5G landscape. So, could you tell us something about this technology of yours is homegrown, is developed by your own company? I mean, could you tell us something about that?
It's a bit of a tricky question. I'm just trying to frame the politically correct answer for it. So today, if any company wants to build a 5G base station, we're referring to 5G base station as a technology. There are chipset vendors who hold the key to the overall design in some part. If I go to a chipset vendor and if I ask him that I need to build a base station around your chip, he will give you a reference design. So day one, you have a base design in your hand. So you don't necessarily have to do too much of things. You just have a base design. You will have to optimize it. That's only one part of the story. Then comes the different other challenges, what we call as analog front end. I'm assuming that you understand what the components of 5G base station are. There is an analog front end, there is a digital part to it. The digital part is the easy part. You go to a chipset vendor, he'll give you a reference design, you're more or less done with your overall stuff. And somebody else will give you hardware, you just have to sit and get it integrated, so it's done. The challenge comes in when you try to extract the juice out of the base station. You try to build what is called as a massive MIMO system, most efficient massive MIMO system, the most efficient throughput in a given massive MIMO configuration. That's where really the technology lies. And that takes a lot of experimentation away from what any chipset vendor can give you. You have to cook up your own sauce, you have to do the algorithms, you have to build the algorithms. That's precisely what has been happening in Reliance Jio for over a period of time. And there's a certain amount of success story there. You'll get to hear it in the press releases, and I would like to just leave it at that. But there is a component. You have to understand one thing. This is specifically when we look at it from Make in India perspective. There is a commoditization which is already happening, subject to certain emphasis on Open RAN and other entities, and new chipset vendors coming into the market, driving down the price of a base station to some extent. That is there. But still, anybody wants to make a base station, there is still quite a bit of effort in getting to that efficiency levels on the analog front end, the power efficiencies, the massive MIMO effectiveness, and that's where the challenge lies. For anybody who makes a base station in India, it's not just Reliance Jio, there are other companies who are trying to make base stations in India. So those are the key challenges that are being addressed right now, in my view, so I'll just leave it at that.
Ganesh, what's the Airtel story on 5G?
I'll tell you the B2B story on 5G, and I want to start with what Secretary said, that the innovations in 5G has to be India innovations. And I'll give you an example from 4G world, and then I'll build on what we are trying to do on this one. So, you know, if you go to any part of India, any town today, digital payment is accepted. Any vendor, small-time vendor, you can pay on mobile phone. I don't know how many of you have noticed there is a small box in front of these vendors which basically says 10 rupees was paid, 20 rupees was paid, 30 rupees was paid. It just plays out the message in English as the vendor is serving other customer. You just pay and walk out, and actually plays that message, right? It's a very simple innovation. As soon as the payment is made on your application, we send an SMS to that box. And the box basically reads out that SMS. Right? This is an innovation which actually frees up that vendor from wondering whether the payment was made or not as the customers walk out. And if you could imagine, you know, our digital payments today in India has far surpassed what's been even done in China, right? So we believe that these kind of innovations is what we should bring to market. I'll give you one example of what we have tried to solve with 5G, which is what we call the connected ambulance. We just did this with Apollo hospitals. And if you take an ambulance today, when a patient is on the ambulance stuck in the traffic of India, 10% of the passengers on the ambulance die on the ambulance, 10%. Today, because to get the support they need, the care they need to be taken to the hospital, because that's when they could do it. So we fitted an ambulance with devices, videos, photographs. So using 5G, we could transmit this video to the hospital real time, and the hospital doctors can intervene. Now we can do this on a slice of network across the city when 5G is fully launched. This could be their own slice of network where these pictures can go back and forth without any interference. But it takes an ecosystem. It takes somebody like Airtel to bring the slice of the network, the coverage. It takes the device manufacturers to make sure their device is 5G ready. It takes somebody like Cisco who partnered with us on this to make sure the data gets transmitted. And it takes somebody like Apollo, which is progressive enough to say, look, we'll try it
and when it's commercially viable, we will launch it. We believe this ecosystem has to be developed because the benefits 5G brings is so much ahead of what 4G got. There's a technology in search of problems to solve. And these problems can be solved only when government, telecom manufacturers like us, combine and create an ecosystem. We need an ecosystem of devices. We need an ecosystem of edge cloud computing. We just launched our own edge cloud just a week ago with IBM, again with partnership. So we believe this is going to need truly a full ecosystem to take full advantage of what 5G brings. And that's what we're investing in.
But where would you say Airtel's technology is coming from? Is it something you've developed in-house? Or is that a delicate, loaded question?
Unlike the director and my colleague, I'm the wrong technology guy. I'm actually a sales guy, so I don't know where this technology is coming from. But I can assure you that it will be world class.
Okay. Mr. Narendranath, you've spoken about security, these trusted sources that government had initiated some time ago. Could you tell us something about that? How is it working?
I will. But before that, I would like to pick on from some of the thoughts that have come here. Very relevant, we talk of digital first, and nowadays there's a talk of digital first, that whenever you have a problem, you talk of how do I put it on a digital platform and provide a solution for that. So you architect and engineer it right with a digital mindset so that, you don't retrofit something afterwards. That's how it is done. Now here also, when we look at any problem statement in the country, you look at 5G platform, and he said that you have a platform searching for problems to be solved. And there are lots of problems to be solved. I think you should look at 5G, know the features of 5G, and then, whenever you have these problem statements happening, and then design the solutions, and there are many in this country, especially this work from home that have come after this pandemic and all. The platform that we currently use, Zoom or whatever you use, they are from previous generation. You should actually have platforms that provides you seamless, meetings and all, which provides you where, I could actually be listening to something, opening a certain file to see what he is talking about, downloading something on the internet, because that's how you function in a meeting, and when you're sitting with friends, somebody saying something, immediately you're able to see, and you want to look some previous matter. I think there's a huge amount of redesign that's required, keeping these technologies in mind. So I think, this is a mindset change that is required. And if it brings about this, there's a huge amount of opportunity for people to come up with business solutions to solve all of this. That's what I just wanted to bring about. It's a big opportunity. The 5G is a big opportunity. Yeah. Now, coming down to the security part, yes, it's very important. Considering that it's going to be ubiquitous. Yeah. And then, and some of the security problems that have catastrophic consequences, if you have, especially in the critical infrastructure, if something happens, it could be catastrophic for the country. So we really have to think about security in this. And one of the things that the government did in December 2020 is to come up with this approval from the cabinet for a national security directive in the telecom sector. Now, security, when you look at it, there are a couple of dimensions to it. One is what the standards talk about. You think through about how do I secure it in terms of the architecture of the equipment. How do I architect in such a way so that I have proper authentication, authorization, and all of these things built into it. So you design it accordingly. That is one part. And so you go to the standards bodies, you implement those standards, you have a verification mechanism, a validation, a testing, certification mechanism. That's one part of the piece. The other part is the intent part, that this doesn't take care of the intent. So, because, if somebody is having an intention to, corrupt a system, he could do it in such a way that any amount of testing might not be able to detect it. So it's important that we cover that aspect of intent also, and that is where the NSDTS that I talked about came in. Because the standards part, the testing part was something the Department of Telecom took place in provisioning and the licensing conditions that only security tested equipment, certified equipment should go into the network. So they have a framework where they have a mandatory testing framework. They come up with what is called essential requirements. And in security, they call it ITSARs, Indian Telecommunication Security Assurance Requirements, which are formulated and through industry consultation, and they have a certification framework for that. The intent part was not taken care of. And this is where the NSDTS came, and that's where the NSCS is administering this, where we look at a company from where the equipment is coming and evaluate it based on the parentage of that company, the board of directors, the shareholding pattern, where is it from, and the previous history of the company and all of that. That's how we evaluate a company whether it can be treated as a trusted source. Then we also look at the product that the company produces and look at the components that go into the hardware components and the software components, and where do these components come? Are they themselves coming from a trusted source? And if these components also come from a trusted source, then that we treat that as a trusted product. And we have asked the Department of Telecom, and they've made a license amendment to say that the service providers should only put trusted products into the network after a cutoff date, which was June 15th of 2021. So this is the framework that's been created. Yeah.
So I presume the untrusted sources is Chinese?
No, it's not like that. It is that we evaluate independently, independently we evaluate a company to see if it's trusted or not. And there are certain parameters which definitely you could not share in a public forum, and we have agencies which go through those parameters, and then we collect some information and it's evaluated and then it's treated as trusted.
So this testing of foreign equipment?
Not foreign, Indian also.
Indian. The testing of equipment to ensure there is no malware and all that.
No, that, yeah.
Do we have the capabilities and the testing systems and laboratories and all that? How is it done?
Okay. The testing part of it, one is the preparation of the requirements. First is you have to prepare requirements. When you talk of testing, what is that you're testing? Yeah. You should know what is that. So one is the preparation of the requirements to find out what is that, what are the parameters that are to be tested. The second is, how do I test those parameters? I have a parameter that I've identified is to be tested, but how do I test it? That's preparation of a test case. So these are things that are done, and there's an agency in Bangalore that's been created called the National Center for Communication Security that does this work. And that institution also has the mandate to recognize labs both in the public and private sector, which are capable of testing these things. So that is a process, it's a work in progress actually.
So is there a ban on Chinese telecom equipment?
No, there's no ban on any equipment from anywhere. Mm-hmm. It's a question of we are creating a positive list, in the sense that we evaluate and decide whether it's a trusted source or not. Mm-hmm. And this positive list is something that's unique to India, in the sense that other countries have not done. They've gone to some mandates and strictures and all. What we have looked at is, because even if you say say that this is a blacklist, what prevents that company which has been blacklisted from sending that equipment to another company which has not been evaluated? So if that equipment can still find a way into your networks. So here we are saying that only a whitelisted equipment could come into us. That's the thing. It prevents that from happening, white labeling and coming in through some other company.
Satish, Mr. Lakshminarayan, the whole issue of security, how do you guys see it?
See, there are certain things with respect to 5G security that are intrinsic to the overall nature of the 5G specification evolution. One is the core network technology has moved from proprietary technologies to your cloud-based technologies. So there is generally a saying that anything that is on the cloud can and will be hacked. So suddenly what you're saying is, if I want to hack into a 4G network, I'll tell you, I need to have a very deep understanding of diameter protocols or your signaling protocols. The population which understands this is very limited. I'm just telling you general stuff but if you look at cloud technologies, there are high school kids who hack into cloud networks, some of the most sophisticated networks. So you're coming into that space now. All of your core network signaling is HTTP based, whatever, that whole suite of cloud technologies. You're basing it on. So essentially what is happening is in 5G, the vector of attack, I'm not even talking of IoT, I'm not even talking of devices, I'm just talking about cloud technologies. The vector now is so huge. Now you need to protect it. That means there's that much amount of effort which will have to go into getting the right gateways, getting a single point out and into a telecom network for any data. And you have to do a lot of deep packet inspection. That means you have a lot of investment going into security, and that is a reality. That's how we will have to live with as far as 5G is concerned, because it also comes with certain amount of other flexibilities. You can churn out features and applications very fast when compared to your traditional networks and stuff. So that's one aspect of the security thing. The other one is, as Mr. Narendranath had mentioned, irrespective of the source today, the contamination can come in from any place. I'm talking about the radio access network itself. I'm not even talking about the core network. So it can come from multiple sources. And gone are the days when you have only software bugs. Majority of the bugs, if you follow, let me just quote some very generic press, well-known sources. Majority of the sources, majority of the hack-ins that have happened through hardware bugs. Hardware bugs. So, and these are well-established chipset vendors. I mean, these are not even your Chinese vendors or anybody. Irrespective of Chinese, non-Chinese, there is instances where contamination has happened across the board. So, we as an operator, when we deploy, we really have to take the network is ours at the end of the day. The buck stops at us. I mean, if our network goes down, it's our network that goes down. So, we will have to really make sure, I mean, we have our capabilities to scan or protect ourselves across the board. And that's one of the key challenges. So it means that in 5G network, the amount of investment that goes into securing a network will be much higher than what is for 4G network. That's a general statement, yes.
Yeah, no, I see this as a huge business opportunity. So if you look at India today, there are 25 million M2M connections, machine-to-machine connections, right? And we have about 50% share of that machine-to-machine connections. If you look at 5G can support million devices in a square kilometer. And the most populated city of Mumbai has got 76,000 people. So there's going to be a whole lot of devices which are going to be talking to each other, because 5G can support all of that. Which means all of these devices have to be protected. Right? You don't want your fridge in your house with a SIM card tomorrow switched on and switched off by somebody outside of India. So we think that there is a huge opportunity to make sure that devices can run efficiently but securely, and we take telecom will play a big role in this. But let me tell you the different side of this which we are very seriously looking at is all of these devices are going to generate a whole lot of data. And all of that data is going to reside in the cloud. But whose cloud? And where is that going to stay? If you look at the big hyperscalers today, none of them are Indian brands. In a geopolitical situation where you want to cripple a country, which you see as happening in the energy side today, this could be an interesting area for us to watch out. So we believe that the critical data which these devices generate to stay within India, within our own data centers, protected securely by our telecom network, because that's going to be critical for the future safety of our country. And that is why you see that there's a huge investment of data centers in India. Because these hyperscalers know that if they want to participate in this growth, they need to keep this data within India. And that is what is driving a significant amount of data center capacity which is getting added. So both from the devices side which generate the data and the data which has to be stored securely, we see a big opportunity for us from Airtel.
Yeah. No. See, very interesting points. See, one is regarding the IoT devices and the proliferation that's going to happen. So there are certain initiatives, you could say forward-thinking initiatives. There was a TRI recommendation that we should have a national trust center for IoT devices. So from our office, we have funded a project for establishing of a national trust center. And initially, we will do it in the transportation sector. And once we get an idea about how it could be done, architected, we'll expand it to others. So it would be something like the Aadhaar for IoT devices, like we have for, that's something. So we have funded recently a project that we are doing, that's for the, especially because of the large scale proliferation. And regarding the 5G also, we've started working with IIT Hyderabad for coming up with the security requirements for 5G equipment. So as I said, the preparation of the ITSARs, that's what you call, so that we can have testing and certification against that. But there's a huge amount of work. And the other is, of course, on the cloud platform. That's also, one of the things is the cloud platform, especially for the operators, is in-house cloud platform that is there. But I think what you're talking about is the M2M data that is there, which should not be with the operators. It would be outside that. So that is one area of concern, and that is something that has to be addressed.
Abhay, in your labs and all, is this something that you look at? Security issues?
Yeah, I mean, of course, as I think Satish mentioned, that the 5G security has much more wider dimensions fundamentally, but the other aspect of securing the infrastructure is also own the technology as well. And that is where there is actually a need for developing an ecosystem of indigenous technology development in the country. There was, of course, a PAN IIT 5G testbed project which has developed, technology components for both the base station as well as the UE user equipments. And there are few, companies in India, for example, Tejas Networks and so on, which are developing the indigenous technology. But I think a lot more needs to be done in order to have an ownership of the indigenous technology in the country. Not just, from the commercial, economic and capturing a market segment point of view, but also, from the strategic security point of view, because obviously if you own the technology pieces and if you have a control over the technology, you will also be able to secure them. I mean, of course, it doesn't guarantee then the network will be secure, as Mr. Narendra mentioned, that the testing and security is not just for the foreign vendors, but as well as for the Indian vendors. But the indigenous ownership and technology development is also very, very important from the strategic security perspective, particularly in the sense that 5G and beyond technologies are going to be almost becoming the key infrastructure on which will ride the other sectors of the economy. So therefore, securing that infrastructure is actually extremely important. So I think that's what, that's my take. Of course, there are issues in terms of ensuring the hardware security and the software security and the cloud security, both, and then there are aspects in terms of the standard specifications also, which have some security issues, etc. So those are all the technology pieces. But from the strategic security perspective, it is also important to have an ownership of the technology from the national perspective.
And that is something you're working on.
Not me per se, but I'm just saying that all of us, like, all IITs, there are startups, and but lot more needs to be done in this direction, because increasingly, as we have seen, that these technologies are going to be extremely important from the strategic point of view.
If there are any questions from the audience, we can start. Gentlemen.
Am I audible? Yeah, now I'm audible. I'm Brigadier Navjot, in charge of the Defense Communication Network. It's a very interesting session, and especially wanted to thank Dr. Satyendra. You brought out, everybody is talking about the commercial angle of 5G and rollout. You rightly brought out the security is a very relevant aspect. Generally, people talk about any resources there, a nation can use it either to grow or to create wealth. But the third aspect is security, which very rightly you harped upon. And especially the very senior executives from Airtel and Reliance, other than the lot of frequency spectrum which is being made available, just keep it at the back of the mind. There's a immense requirement of this scarce resource for the requirement by the armed forces also. And our processes at times take time to develop a process, so they are in motion. So this is one thing in the race, it's a triad: national growth, wealth creation and security. So generally a nation at best can achieve both. So the security aspect needs to be really focused, kept in mind, as Mr. Satyendra had brought out.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So, this is an interesting thought of using 5G for the armed forces as well. This is a discussion which is happening in the organization called as TSDSI. And this is something that's happening. The rationale is that today armed forces spends about, I'm hearing these numbers, $20,000-$30,000 for a backpack, which is something like a UE, just a handset. That is the kind of machinery that they import. So the thinking is that you can use one of the slices of 5G network dedicated to the armed forces with a lot of encryption put in, a lot of security put in, which is proprietary in nature. That is a line of thinking which is happening, and there is some amount of initial work happening within the Indian Standards Development Organization. Just want to let you know that there is something which is going in that direction.
Anybody else? Yeah. Lady in black. Okay, lady in green.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anmitra Banerjee. I am the second year MA Honours from Amity Institute of Defence and Strategic Studies. I agree with Brigadier Sir. He correctly pointed out, and Sir, you just mentioned that currently you're not focusing on the military sector, but there is a huge need of 4G and 5G network at 18,000 feet across the LAC. So if you're not looking into it, I think we are kind of not including all of the societies and part of India as well. And what do you think are the possible challenges and the possibilities in this proposal, which the Indian Army had put forward in, I think, 29th and 30th of July this year? Thank you.
You're referring to 5G in Himalayan areas, Ladakh, in those areas? Any?
I mean, there are two aspects. One is the deployment of the 5G in those areas. Yeah. So that is a different aspect altogether. What I think Satish said, and what the question was that 5G technology per se can also be used. See, currently, for example, if you look at either the defense communication systems or the communication systems which are used by internal security forces like police or paramilitary and so on, they have been using, either the proprietary communication systems or communication system which have followed, different standards. Now there is a possibility of convergence where the 5G based communication systems can also be used for security forces, including, the police and the paramilitary forces or the defense communication sources. The same technology can be used either, as Satish was saying, by providing a different network slice with appropriate encryption, etc., or maybe in different frequency band or spectrum, which is being reserved for defense or police forces, and so on. So there is this possibility that gets opened up for using the same technology components. So I think, see, historically what has happened is that, you know, the wireless communication got evolved in the defense sector and the components were started being used in the civilian wireless communication systems. Now, you know, what is, the technology has evolved so much in the cellular mobile communication space that the same technology components can now be used for the security communications as well. So that is, I think, one aspect. Of course, the other aspect of deploying this technology in the remote areas of locations or the border areas or the Himalayan regions or in the jungles, that is a totally different aspects. That is really a issue of providing coverage and penetration, and coverage and penetration largely depends upon the frequency and the spectrum bands that is being sort of deployed, rather than, you know, whether it is like 4G or the 5G. So I think.
So just to add, you also have to understand that the satellite connectivity is also getting commoditized. And a lot of these use cases are very well fit into the satellite communication space. Now imagine Elon Musk is now assuring the ladies protesting in Iran that he'll provide connectivity to them. The same thing happened in Ukraine. So even that is getting commoditized. We don't necessarily have to stick to 5G base stations in the Himalayas and that story. Satellite story is evolving equally good, and that's I believe more relevant to the defense sector.
You know, we just have to remember that the whole internet started as a defense project, so that's definitely, you know, something to remember. I think what we have seen is that there's some cool innovation happening in the startup space using drones for security. So for, you know, there is a startup which we are working with where in a factory setup where they have hundreds of acres to monitor, with a private network deployed in that area and along with drones flying and with edge computing, they are able to interject and look for any untoward incidents without having people coming around all the time. So this whole combination of private network, low latency, high bandwidth, with video analytics will open up a whole lot of new innovations in this space.
Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Air Vice Marshal Ajay Shukla. I'm from headquarter IDS, and I'm heading the ICT, Information Communication Technology vertical. We are the spectrum managers for the armed forces also. But this question is specifically for Professor Karandikar and also flows out of what Mr. Jamdagni said. So we are increasingly also discussing the software-defined radio space, and we are involved in development of standards, and furious work is going on led by the Defense Secretary. I have been reading in various places that the present path that we are taking towards development of software-defined radios may get totally thrown by the wayside with 5G, and if not 5G, perhaps the 6G coming in. We perhaps may get a total solution, mobile sets based type of technology with the 5G proliferation, 6G, and all this rest of the waveform development and development of various form factor system may not really be required. Your views on this, sir?
No. So I would just say that the SDR is just a method of implementing the air interface of these SDR radios currently. Even in the SDR space, I know that in the defense communications are mostly proprietary waveforms, and that air interface tomorrow, could be based on the 5G air interface as well, with certain features that are needed. For example, if you go to communication systems which are used by police, they need features like push to talk or group communications, mission critical voice, mission critical videos, which were earlier available only in proprietary system like PPDR, like Tetra and so on, which are now becoming part of the cellular mobile communication standards as well. So as far as the software defined radio SDR are concerned, they are methods of implementing these communication systems for the defense, but the air interface of the SDR could be based on the 5G air interface or beyond 5G air interface technology. I mean, it is not just the radio waveforms. I am talking of the complete air interface. I mean, one can leverage that. Yeah. But, you know, the other aspects of the SDR, like, you know, SCA and, you know, the security parts or the encryption parts, that can remain, you know, for example, India specific. What one could have, you know, India specific standards for that. But the air interface obviously could evolve. As, you know, we get more and more advances in communications technology, the kind of modulations or codings or RF or signal processing happen, the technology obviously evolves. And today the air interface of 5G is quite advanced. It is using, you know, some of the most advanced communication techniques. So obviously your SDR radio could use the air interface of the 5G.
So just to continue on that, one single point is, see, software defined radio will be enabled by hardware, open hardware. Now there's a lot of discussion on software defined radios, but if you cannot control the hardware, or if you cannot put energy resources into defining what an open hardware is, software defined radio is still going to be proprietary somewhere. You may have a beautiful encryption algorithm, but you cannot, by the time you port it onto a specific hardware, it becomes a specific product. If you want to shift it to another FPGA, whatever hardware, again, it's another proprietary. It's a big effort. You will have to, you know, it's not a trivial job at all. It takes a lot of money and effort. And so that's precisely where much of the effort on open hardware has to succeed if SDR really has to be commoditized. Then you say, oh, I have this, you know, beautiful encryption algorithm. Okay, run it, because you have. There's one more interesting aspect of hardware evolution. Because of this AI, I don't know whether AI will bring in all this intelligence into the society. I don't care. But what AI really has done is, in the name of AI, beautiful hardware architectures have come in. I mean, if you followed the hardware architecture evolution, you have the RISC, the CISC, and whatever other things, you have the DSP hardware and all this stuff. But AI, for the first time, if you look at the AI chips, suddenly the hardware cost has drastically come down today. There are companies in the world, startups, who claim 30 petabytes of churning of data in under $30. Do you know what an equivalent Intel card will cost you? $8,000. So can you imagine you know, software defined radio to be built on a $8,000 card versus, so that the thinking here is, if you want SDR to succeed, or if you want SDR, you need to define an open hardware platform based on the amount of hardware progress which has already happened today. You need to define the underlying wrapper layers that you can use in the underlying hardware. That's the direction in which it has to go. Then you have your encryption algorithm will run on the platform. That's it. That's your software defined radio. Or you want to throw that encryption tomorrow, bring in another encryption, yeah, it's all software defined for you. Thank you.
Lady in white.
Good evening, my name is Pooja and I'm a researcher. So my question is very simple to the panel. We have been speaking about infrastructure security when it comes to cyber security and everything. Could you explain me who owns the data once you have those data centers coming up? Who owns the data? Because this phone would have all my shopping details, my bank details, where am I going, what I'm doing. And with 5G technology and everything, the service providers would have this data. In the end, if the data centers come up, would it be the government that owns the data? Would it be the service provider? Or would individuals as stakeholders would have the same, you know, access to our own data and be secured that the data would not be dispersed as some you know, allegations there on Aadhaar that, you know, the data on Aadhaar is absolutely not safe. So anyone in the panel could enlighten on that, please.
We believe, and I believe, that the data is owned by person to whom it belongs or to which it belongs. So if you are owning your data, where you go, where you shop, that's your data. We as telecom providers or business people have every interest to make sure that we use the data according to your wishes. Tomorrow in your house, if there are 10 devices emanating data, we want to make sure that you control whether that data should be used at all, or if it has to be used, for what purpose to be used. I know we are not there, But that at least is the principle behind which we look at the data. Data is owned by somebody who's generating it, who it belongs to. That's our belief. But there is also an interesting other angle, and which is actually a huge industry built on it, is that there is a collective good for society when you share data. So, the simple example is traffic. The traffic information comes from all of us sharing our location. The real-time traffic comes, we don't know that, we don't realize it, but it comes from every one of our devices sharing where we are and how stuck we are in traffic. So there are places where collective sharing of this data is good for the country, good for the society, and I'm sure more and more use cases would come from that. But ultimately, we want to make sure that the data is owned, completely controlled by people who generate it.
Anybody else?
So good evening, everyone. So I have a question which is kind of like something my professor said and I also observed. It is quite ironical that everybody is talking about 5G, oncoming even 6G, but we still have millions of users of 2G in India, which is ironical in its presence, right? So my question is that should it be a matter of concern? Because for me, maybe it is, but for other perspectives, it might not be. And if it is a matter of concern, we have great panelists from Airtel and Jio themselves and from the government side. So what could be done to bridge this gap?
She said Jio.
They don't have 2G.
But Jio, I believe, is catering mostly to 4G, right? So, but still.
No. The whole idea is, you must have heard of this Jio phones. There is a whole series of Jio phones which are coming up. You just have to wait for when it is released. But the whole idea is that you bring in handsets at the cost point where people who are currently using 2G can easily migrate to a 4G phone. That is the whole simple concept. And there are about 300 million 2G users today. And our chairman has gone on record. It's a publicly available statement saying that there are 300 million 2G users, and we see that as an opportunity to get them to migrate to 4G, provided we do the effort to bring in the right handset price points. That's precisely what Reliance Jio is looking at. Thank you.
So we believe 2G should exist because, I mentioned about 25 million M2M devices. More than half of them still work on 2G. They don't work on 4G, and they don't need 4G because they emit very low amount of data. So we have decided that we're going to support 2G for long, if not for humans, but at least for those M2M connections. So we will have 2G going. But the spirit of question you're asking is, should we bring network to every part of the country so that they get to enjoy, what we all enjoy here in the cities? That is well understood, and I think we will continue to work on that. But 2G for M2M connections, it will stay.
I think last question before we wind up. Yeah. Sorry.
No, I just had a simple question that what next? When is 6G going to come? Do you think by that time that technology will come, 5G would have rolled out fully and fully utilized?
And what is 6G?
I'm sure at IIT and other institutions we would be working on that already. And the second question is that as I sense that additional resources are not going to, customers are not going to pay more, then where do you think the resources will come for the rollout of the infrastructure, which is if we actually want to make it go beyond the cities? These are just layman questions I want to understand.
So when we look at 5G, when you look at the evolution of any standard, there's a lot of compulsion and stories that go into making of a technology. Sitting on a panel, if I make some of those statements, it'll be controversial. So, but yes, we do identify a lot of gaps in 5G as it stands today. People talk of private network as an opportunity for 5G. But if you look at the technicalities of the specification, private network will get started in 5G, but intrinsically the network architecture will have to change if that has to become a mass market phenomenon. For that, you will have to influence the 6G specification. We know that's the way it is. You look at IoT, a lot of people talk about 5G IoT. I never understand the term because there were never IoT specification coming out in 5G. The narrowband IoT and whatever IoT specifications came out were part of 4G specification extended into 5G. So for me, hardcore technology, if you're a blue-blooded technology guy, you will not accept that 5G has something called as IoT at all. There's no IoT in 5G, theoretically speaking, on the paper. So if IoT, that massive IoT connectivity or a harmonized IoT phenomenon has to be seen where your stable network will see 80% of the data coming from machines and not from humans, that has to be built into 6G. It's not necessarily built into 5G today. No, it is not. The 5G is intrinsically built with what is called as EMBB philosophy. Extraordinary increase in the throughput for the broadband users. That is the fundamental principle on which it has been built. Then all of these are sidekicks. Oh, okay, I want to have private networks. Okay, let me open up some REST APIs. It will enable the aviation industry. It will enable EV industry. It will enable this. These are all side thoughts. It was never intrinsically built into the 5G architecture itself. That is where the opportunity lies as far as 6G is concerned. So that is the direction, which is very clear. If you look at 5G, all the gaps in 5G will get into 6G. And there are a lot more opportunities there. And that's where it is all headed towards.
Sir, we also agree with you that you all should pay more for 5G so we can invest in 6G. But imagine, during COVID times, if we didn't have 4G or we didn't have broadband, how our lives would have been so miserable, right? So I think the country's future is absolutely fabulous. I think there is going to be more and more innovations like we have seen on 4G come on 5G. And just this video conference, Secretary said that the video. But 5 years ago, if you want to do a video conference, you have to go into a big conference room in front of a big telepresence. At least today, we are beaming ourselves in 2D and able to do it. 5 years from now, we will be all beaming ourselves in 3D. We will be in this conference virtually with 3D. We can go wherever we want in 3D. I think that will come. That absolutely will come. And I hope that time you will pay double the mobile fees you are paying. That will be very useful. And that will justify 6G investments for all of us.
Just on that, last thought on 6G, we realize today we have the infrastructure, we have the big operators who are invested in R&D. And we have realized early on that India can bring in a lot of use cases and we can drive it through. So in 6G, we are already ahead in time. We have been making contributions to what is called as ITU 2030 vision statements through TSDSI as an India entity. So in that sense, we are driving it way ahead in time. We are well on time as far as 6G efforts from India are concerned. Thank you.
Any last word?
No. Just the point was covered. What I was trying to tell is, like Professor Karandikar had said, IMT 2020, there was a specification, requirements that was ITU came up with, based on which 3GPP started working with candidate technologies to satisfy those requirements. Similarly, the set of requirements to define what is 6G, there's work going on, and that's defined as IMT 2030. So there's a work to understand, what is the set of requirements. So it's a journey, it will happen.
So on that positive note, I'll wind up this session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful session, gentlemen. And since this is a 5G session, I thought, okay, we'll also try and get a bit technical. You all would have received a booklet, and behind the booklet is a QR code. So when you scan the code, you will have an option to reach our websites, bharatshakti.in or stratnewsglobal.com or nitinegokhale.com, where we have a repository of his stories. And of course, you're all aware of bharatshakti.in and stratnewsglobal.com. I request Mr. Pankaj Sharan, the former Deputy National Security Advisor of India, to please present mementos to our moderator and the panelists. It is our honor to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. We'll start with the lead speaker, Dr. Abhay Karandikar. Next to him is Mr. Satish Jamadagni, Senior Vice President, Reliance Jio. Ganesh Lakshminarayan, CEO and Head Enterprises Business, Airtel. Mr. Narendra Nath, Joint Secretary, NSCS. The moderator, Surya Gangadharan. And after that, could we please have a group picture, sir? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now we'll break for a half an hour high tea, after which we will have the session on e-mobility, and we are expecting the Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, to first address the session, and after that the panel discussion will begin. May I request all the defense attaches who are present to please come up, and the students to please come up, the students from Amity and OP Jindal, and take a group picture, and after that you can proceed for your snack and beverage. I request the founder and editor-in-chief of StratNewsGlobal.com, Nitin Gokhale, to please escort the minister up on stage. May I request all of you to please sit down? I will introduce the session and then I will request the minister to give his remarks. E-vehicles is being seen as the future of mobility because it is non-polluting and cost-effective in the long run. India has 21 crore registered two-wheelers and over 7 crore four-wheelers. But in 2021, there has been a trend in growing adoption of e-vehicles in India. Last year, of all EV registrations in India, 48% were two-wheelers and 47% were three-wheelers, but just 4% passenger vehicles. However, by 2027, EVs are expected to comprise 39% of total vehicle sales in India, driven primarily by two- and three-wheelers. Given the fact that India is expected to become the world's third largest automotive market by 2026, electric vehicles will play a major role in this achievement. However, there are constraints and challenges. Lithium supplies tend to be monopolized by one country. The high cost of electric vehicles is another factor that may limit the transformation. To give us his vision for the future of this sector, we have with us Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari. I request you, sir, to please come up to the podium and give us your vision for this sector. Can I have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Founder and editor-chief of Street News Global, Mr. Nitin Gokhale, all eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, our basic problem in the country is the pollution. The ethics, economy, ecology and environment, these are the three important pillars of our society. And unfortunately, because of air pollution, we are facing a lot of crucial problems. Even air pollution, water pollution and sound pollution is also a big challenge for the society. And now in the country, we have maximum pollution. It is because of the fossil fuels. Not only because of the pollution, but regarding economy is concerned, this is also a big problem and challenge to the country. We have import of fossil fuel costing more than 15 to 16 lakh crores. And that is also a big challenge and where we're facing a lot of crucial problem, economic problem because of that. The most important reason is Prime Minister already has a dream to make Indian economy of $5 trillion and making India as Atmanirbhar Bharat. Particularly in this mission, first of all, it is our responsibility that how we can going to reduce our imports and how we are going to increase our export. For that reason, in the different fields, with the new technology and innovations, we need to plan new appropriate policy for the future. The futuristic technology and policies which are very important for making of new India. And that is one of the reasons is automobile sector is very, very important as far as all these problems are concerned. Presently, the size of the automobile sector is 7.5 lakh crores. And this is the sector which is creating jobs for 4 crore youth of our country. This is the sector which is giving maximum revenue as a form of GST to state government and central government. And this is one of the important sector which is giving us a good growth rate. And that is the reason that this is one of the important sector which is giving new economic growth to India. And that is the reason that we need to have some long-term visionary policy for this sector is very important in the national interest. Today, our mission in my ministry is to make automobile industry in 5 years of 15 lakh crores. And I'm confident that because of all reputed automobile brands in the world now present in India, the ancillary industry is well developed. And that is the reason that our competency and availability of young talented engineering manpower is very, very fantastic. And that is one of the reasons that we have got all type of capabilities to make our industry of 15 lakh crores. It is really a game changer that presently we have 400 startups. They are manufacturing two-wheeler, electric two-wheelers and making really good products. The Hero, Bajaj and TVS, our big automobile industry manufacturing for two-wheeler and three-wheeler, they are exporting their 50% of the production. Now, we have just received a tender for electric buses, 5,500. And the rate was coming for non-AC bus 39 rupees per kilometer and for AC bus 41 rupees per kilometer. And the running cost for diesel bus in Mumbai for best is coming 115 rupees per kilometer. I have full confidence that if we can have the potential of at least 8 to 10 lakh electric buses in the country. Presently, we have 1,50,000 buses. Our state transport companies are in big losses. And that is the reason that we need to accept the new technology, where in place of ticket we can use card, or somewhere we can use our own mobile phone for entry. At a time when we want to back also, we can again use the same thing, and by which that system can reduce the whatever the leakages in the transport. That is very important, because that is the reason that we have a lot of losses. Regarding diesel also, there is a problem. No one can take electricity. So in electric, there is no problem as far as it cannot be diesel. People can take it from the tank, but for the electricity it is difficult. So I feel that the new buses, particularly luxury buses on electric, not only from city service, but even from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Lucknow, Delhi to Kanpur, Mumbai to Nasik, Mumbai to Aurangabad, Mumbai to Goa, this type of big cities we can connect with electric double-decker luxury buses, just like Europe has already got that buses. And the cost of transport will be less. We can reduce the ticket rate by 25 to 30%. So now it's a time for the country to accept this new change. And now, particularly the rise in electric vehicle, it is so attractive that presently overall huge growth in sales of all electric segments. Overall sales 335% increase. Electric two-wheelers 660%. Electric three-wheelers 150%. Electric four-wheelers 300%. And electric buses, there is also a big increase in the sale. And the London transport model is really an appropriate model, that by which we can finance the capital for the buses. And I am confident that we have the potential of 10 lakh buses. So there is a huge potential. At the same time, we are concentrating on hydrogen. Hydrogen mission is one of the important programs. Black hydrogen is from the coal, brown hydrogen is from petroleum, and green hydrogen is from the wastewater and organic waste. So we can make green hydrogen from wastewater. In all over the country, in the municipalities, everywhere the sewage water is available. 7 years before, in my own constituency in Nagpur, we are selling the sewage water to government of Maharashtra for power generation, and we are getting 300 crore rupees as a royalty per year. So the water is available free of cost. We can make the recycling of the water, and on the basis of that, now electrolyzer, we are the highest manufacturer of electrolyzer in the world now. and lot of people who are doing excellent job in Bangalore, particularly for manufacturing of electrolyzer. So we have a lot of export, 90% of production, we have already export for that. So electrolyzer we have, and at the same time generator which we want to use for that, it should be from green fuel. Already Kirloskar has invented a generator using 100% bioethanol. Ethanol rate is 60 rupees liter with same caloric value. The diesel rate is 110 rupees. So as far as the pollution is concerned, we can use green fuel there. And my target, I'm not sure about it, but I'm expecting that we can give hydrogen with $1 per kg. Now in USA, their cost is very high. So by using waste material, even we can segregate the municipal waste, from which we will get rubber, plastic, glass, metals, and organic waste. And we can take organic waste into biodigester to get methane from that, and we can convert methane into hydrogen. So even biomass, we can use. Now the parali is available. It's a big problem. Burning of parali is a big problem for Delhi. Now in Panipat, from many years before we have taken the initiative with the Praj, and now Indian Oil has successfully implemented the project. They are making 1 lakh liter of bioethanol and 150 ton per day bio-bitumen from Parali. So now already we have a lot of projects, because I am working on green energy from many years, from 2004 as a mission. We have the project that 5 ton of Parali is given 1 ton of bio-CNG and bio-LNG successfully. 8 ton of cotton straw is giving 1 ton of bio-CNG. So now the waste to wealth and knowledge to wealth, these are the important philosophies. Innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices, we name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And our young talented students, IIT students, engineering students, institutions, private organization, they are doing excellent job. They are doing very good research in battery. Lithium ion battery, really we have some concern about lithium ion battery. But now already we have a successful technology on sodium ion, zinc ion and aluminum. And the Indian Oil Laboratory of Faridabad invented the aluminum air technology. So there is a lot of huge potential that by developing the new battery chemistry, we can reduce the capital cost. We are in the process, and I am confident that we will get the good solution from it. So there is no problem. Don't bother about cost of the lithium, and we don't have lithium. That is not a big problem, because a lot of people discussing this issue. So battery chemistry is a challenge, but we have all capability to resolve that issue. I feel that there will be no market. Now I have just inaugurated 200 double-decker electric buses in Mumbai. And the cost of the double-decker bus coming to 90 rupees per kilometer. So my suggestion is, now if the manufacturer makes more production, the cost will be reduced. And there is a huge possibility that all the companies, now some of the four-wheeler companies, the waiting list is there for getting electric car. There is no problem of charging stations and anything. When it starts, I know as a minister in a conferences, people asking me the question, how they will get the power, is it possible, lot of complications, and people asking me a lot of questions. Now there is no problem, no charging problem. Now one of the survey taken by Bajaj and TVS, the one Indian scooter running only 24 to 26 meters per day. And our scooter, they are charging for 120 kilometers. So this startup, they are making scooters of 70 kilometers, 60 kilometers, and they reduce the cost because the cost of the battery is less. So there are a lot of people now, e-vehicles are there, e-cart for fruits and vegetable, transport of fruits and vegetable. E-carts are now available. That can be a great thing for agriculture. So 100% the mechanized driven e-rickshaw. When I was taken charge as a minister, there was a big fight. I was keenly interested to make law for that. There was a case in the Supreme Court. Lot of fighting was there, and at the last we succeed. At that time, 1 crore people, poor people, the humanity gone, just you think, आदमी आदमी को ढोने का काम करता था. ये अमानवीय था, अनहुमन था. Now the country, there is a mechanism driven e-rickshaw and 80 to 90 lakhs people, they get rid from this problem. That is exactly the time that by using technology, we can make the life of the poor people sustainable. And this is one of the things that I feel that the electric vehicles, some of the people asking me if the hydrogen will come, then what will happen to electricity? Now we are going to launch flex engine. At 28 in my house, we are launching the car of Toyota, Camry car on 100% bioethanol. And they have 40%, they are generating electricity. In the language of average, the 25 rupees per liter petrol average, that is cost of the petrol will be 25 rupees per liter, that will come to in the hybrid vehicle. So, lot of invention is going on. In due course of time, Mercedes, BMW, Toyota, Hyundai, all are in the process of making flex engines. There is no problem. Even I always telling to the people that ये समुंदर है, जिसमें जितनी ताकत है उतनी आजमाओ, तो भी तुम पूरा नहीं कर सकते. Now we have availability of 450 crore liter ethanol. For adding 20% petrol, we need 1000 crore liter. In diesel generator, we are using 2000 crore liter diesel. And if we start flex engine, even the TVS, Hero and Bajaj, they already have the models, two-wheelers, which flex engines are there, 100% bioethanol. So we can use in place of petrol bioethanol. It is a fuel from the farmer, green fuel, same caloric value. So I feel that 100% it is going to give new strength to our agriculture and rural economy, and there is a huge potential and huge demand for that. Either it is biodiesel, bioethanol, bio-CNG, bio-LNG, electric, green hydrogen, everywhere there is a potential. And now the hydrogen, green hydrogen is the fuel for the future. With electricity, we need to concentrate on green hydrogen. Just Germany has run 1,000 kilometers with green hydrogen. We can use green hydrogen for in aviation, in industry, chemical industry, steel industry, for the transport, and even we can export energy. Today we are importing energy. The day will come that we will export energy. So I feel that there is a huge potential for all electric vehicles, and now there are some starting troubles are there, some burning cases are there. We have taken decision. We are making standardized batteries, and also because in the new thing, in the process when the new experiments are started, some teething trouble are there. But I feel that 100% we will resolve that issues. Then advanced chemistry for cell battery storage. There is also research is going on. And today Power Minister was telling me that he want to make the storage system of 50,000 megawatt electric power. That is the plan of Power Ministry. The scrapping policy, which already we are going to implement it and by which we are going to create more demand. One thing is very, very practically true, that Indian people and Indian society, their automobile demand is always increased and population is always increased. No one can stop it because these are the two similar things that it is already in the every time the 10% increase is there. So I feel that there is a bright future for this industry, and electric 100% is an indigenous fuel. Now in our basket 38% of the power is solar power. And now the thermal power, you know the problem as far as the pollution is concerned. But now we are on geothermal, hydropower, then we are also trying for wind power and green power particularly, we have the highest priority for that. Now we have a PLI scheme for the solar and also for in the automobile industry. or semiconductor, everywhere government is very supporting to the industry. Huge potential is there. The domestic potential is very high. At the same time, export potential is big. So 100%, here is a good future for this industry. And for charging infrastructure also, lot of government offices, corporates, even we are in NHI, we are making 670 roadside amenities. Everywhere the charging will be available. So I am confident that now we are trying to make e-highway or trolley bus, because the public transport system on electric is the need of the country. We are just making 206 projects of cable car, ropeway, vernacular railway. Just 8 days before, I have a discussion with the LG of Ladakh and Leh. But the people on the hill area, now I am planning to make one of the Indian startup from Maharashtra, Goa, is successfully making that funicular rail. So on the basis of that, I am going to plan for at least 70 to 80 projects in Ladakh and Leh for that funicular rail on electricity. So there is a potential in Uttarakhand, Himachal, Kashmir, Arunachal, everywhere. So 100% public transport on electricity is the need of the hour. We need to improve the quality and comforts in public transport. Without that, people will not live their own car. So in Bangalore, we are trying to develop the system that sky bus in the sky having 200 capacity. So new technology with new innovation on electricity, the public transport system is the need of the hour. We want to make Delhi, Jaipur as electric highway. And the trolley bus cost is very less because the trolley bus don't need lithium-ion battery. So even electric truck is now open, ready for inauguration. The company has already given me the letter. One of the company has already have electric tractor. And now there is a competition in the manufacturers that how they can give the new alternative and solution on electric to the people. So 100%, I am really full confident that the future of this industry is very good. I am giving my thanks to Nitin Gokhale for giving me the opportunity, and the people like you, your support 100% is very important for the development of this industry in the country. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful. All the figures and the statistics are at your fingertip. In fact, we'll open up the questions for the audience, but I have a question before they collect their thoughts and formulate their questions. You've been known as a very big project man. You think big. I mean, if I remember correctly, in Maharashtra, the Mumbai-Pune expressway was your baby. You started it and you implemented it in record time. And you're doing wonderful work in the highways that you're doing for roads everywhere. I mean, I was in the Northeast for 23 years. What Northeast in the 80s was and 90s was and what Northeast is today is all thanks to you, the road connectivity that is there. Same thing you're doing in electric mobility. You mentioned about the competition amongst manufacturers and others. Do you also see a potential, you mentioned it in passing, that there's a huge export potential for electric vehicles from here? You get inquiries from our neighbors, from other friendly countries on this also?
Even our automobile industry, to take the name of any brand, they are exporting their car from India. Even the Mahindra, Tata, they have also a big export. In South Africa, in different part of the world.
Anywhere.
Now the companies like Mercedes, Hyundai, BMW, they want to export their vehicle from India. What is the reason? That the talented engineering manpower with a reasonable rate is available in India. Because anything if you want to make in USA or in Europe, the cost is double.
The labor cost
The
is
ancillary industry is developed. There is only competition with China. But the more I feel that majority of the people, they are more interested to develop their industry in India and giving priority for India as their investment. So already the big company, all big brands, they want to manufacture here and they want to export from. So because the cost of the vehicle compare with the production cost in their country, in Indian scenario the cost is less because the cost of the raw material, labor cost, everything is cheap. And the talented young manpower, engineering manpower is available. Ancillary industries are good. And that is the reason that I'm expecting that we will make double our export. Presently, we have 3,50,000 crore is our export of automobile industry. I feel that within 5 years, we will be industry size will be 15 lakh crore, and out of which 100%, 50% of that will be export.
And that also contributes to India's economy.
100%. Because if the industry is there, we will get capital investment. And because capital investment industry will get employment potential. And with employment potential, only the important thing for eradication of poverty. And only the thing that we need to decentralize our industry into 124 aspirant districts, the people who socially, economically, educationally backward. So my dream is, our Kisan is now, we name it as Annadata. I am telling to the farmers that you should not be Annadata, now you should become Urjadata. And every farmer can make this green hydrogen.
Right.
And he can sell it. So in place of wheat and rice, or also wheat and rice also he will be produced. But at the same time, he has got the water free of charge available. The rooftop solar with the godown or pre-cooling plant, cold storage, that will be available. Right. And electrolyzer cost is very less. On the national highway or somewhere, he will establish his factory. And he can have a gas station there. And he can sell green hydrogen just like the petrol. So he can get the money from that. So that is exactly the people who are socially, economically, educationally backward. They can contribute for progress and development of our country. And at the same time, that is going to resolve their financial problem in the rural, tribal and agriculture area.
True, sir. I think it's a visionary plan that you have. Are there any questions? Yes, this lady here first, and then I'll come to. We have students from OP Jindal University, MIT University, and there are people from other places. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. My name is Khahish. So it seems that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways already equipped to deal with large-scale usage of electric vehicles, and I really appreciate that. I will trouble you for one more statistic. Could you perhaps enlighten us regarding the probable financial implications of installing and maintaining electric charging stations along highways?
Actually, I always telling to people that we need need-based research and need-based development. Actually, there is a potential for charging station.
Right.
But now when government offices, every parking places, and your home also,
right.
in your building also, everywhere the charging is available, and whatever the average which is coming, I feel that everyone will charge his vehicle at night to his house. Now the problem is when people start going from Mumbai to Delhi. We are making the highway up to end of December.
Big highway.
We are going to complete that highway. So the distance is 1400 kilometers. So there we need. So in our 670 stations, roadside amenities, out of which 70 work already started.
Okay.
Already there is a charging station in there. Restaurant, cafeteria, washrooms, then there are some handicraft shops, different type of
petrol stations.
And 70 hectare of the land, one station, one roadside amenity is there.
Right.
So somewhere the area is less. Helipad is there. Heliport.
Right.
So I feel that it is not a problem.
So that's
and now every company is giving you the charging kit.
Right.
Even you can, you can charge your car. Now
Yes.
I am using electric car.
Right.
So I am using electric car. I don't have any problem because the car is having the capacity of 400 kilometer. So when I have to go somewhere out of Nagpur, then there will be problem. But no problem. From last 7 to 8 months, there is no problem. So I feel that this is not a problem. But the charging station making, particularly in the city, the economic viability will be less.
Has to be.
But charging station on national highway or on roads out of the city between 200, 300, 400 kilometers, then there will be need for that.
That's right. This is a young lady here. Yes.
A very good evening, sir. My name is Anshita and I'm from OP Jindal University. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the profound information that you've shared with us. But I have a small question. Like, we presently have a vast infrastructure that works on fossil fuels, diesel and petroleum. So how do we plan to cater these? Like, what is the transition phase planned out by the ministry?
Actually, it's a very difficult task. It's not so easy. Actually, we have import of 16 lakh crores. We have got 17 crore vehicles. And I am expecting within 5 years in India, the population and automobiles vehicle number will be same. Now in the family, 3 people are there. I don't know, but you take your own example and find out the answer.
That's right.
There are 4 people in the family and 5 car and 6 car in the house.
Yes.
And the Delhi people, they don't want to make any parking. They are using our road as a parking. That is also a big problem. So I feel that this is the time that we have to reduce the using of one person using one four-wheeler. That is to be not good for the country. Somewhere if we can develop public transport, comfortable public transport to the people, it can be a good idea. I am suggesting automobile industry they should make double-decker electric buses, air-conditioned buses with just like business class seats. And they can go from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Kanpur, Lucknow, Jaipur. So it can be attractive proposal. And the rate will be less because electric as a fuel is very cheaper. So I feel that there will be no problem. And it is now people was telling, what is your target? I don't want to tell you any target.
Right.
I am asking you question to you. If you have a petroleum bicycle, two-wheeler, what is the petrol cost you are paying? And if you have an electric scooter, what will the cost you are going to pay? If you have four-wheeler, what is the cost which you are paying for petrol or diesel, and what is the cost paying for electricity? So there is a 1:10 difference is there.
Right.
So you don't need to market this idea. Now already the company who are manufacturing electric car is sitting here. They have waiting list for 1 year, Tata. Why? Because people feel that I don't need to market it. Now the problem is his capacity is not that much. So they are going to increase their capacity. Again the demand is going to increase. So the best time is now, everyone is now, the company who are already started their production for electric cars, they are getting advantage. Now in the total scenario, I like and I really have a great pleasure for that. I don't want to take the name of the companies, but compare with the foreign companies, the Indian origin company share is increased by 5% because of electric vehicles. It's a good indication. I feel that up to within 4 or 5 years, you will see the change that everyone will have the electric car, electric scooter, and 100% electric buses.
I think that is your thing that you mentioned in one of your speeches. You also talked about the concern about the high cost of electric vehicles, the initial cost of buying an electric vehicle. I think, but you said you're trying to bring them down. I mean, the manufacturers are trying to bring them down.
Now the lithium-ion battery cost is every time it is reducing. But when the number will be increased for manufacturing, the cost, I feel that it's my expectation, estimates, that within 2 years, the cost of electric car and petrol car will be same.
Will be at par, yeah.
Within 2 years, cost of electric two-wheeler and petrol two-wheeler will be the same.
Which will also reduce consumption of petrol, fossil fuels and
100%.
the import bill.
मैं तो कहता हूँ ना कभी-कभी कि इस देश से पेट्रोल डीजल को भगाना है, ये that is the mission for me.
That's a huge round of applause for what he wants to do actually. We can take couple of more questions. Yes, Shantam here, and then I'll come to you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shantam Gupta. I'm a second year student of Symbiosis School of International Studies, Pune. So my question is regarding, in contemporary period, a large number of electric vehicles are being used in India. But how the government or the private companies are addressing the fire accidents happening with the electric vehicles, which is really concerning for the customer as well.
It is already there. We have just fixed up the standards. Yesterday, I have a meeting with the two-wheeler manufacturers, and we are in the process of making of standard, good standards. And I feel that my personal suggestion to all of you, don't be hesitant.
Right.
When any new thing starts, some teething troubles are there. Even we are now all the standards for that. We are concerning IITs, expert people. We have an expert committee, and we will resolve this problem. This is the starting trouble, but in the future, this problem will not.
We have the industry panel discussion after the Honorable Minister departs. That time they will, I'm sure, will be able to answer your question in much more detail, I'm sure. Yes, the young man here.
Namaskar, sir. My name is Navodaya. I'm a second year student in global affairs and I'm from Bombay. बॉम्बे में BST buses, autos बहुत ज़्यादा चलते हैं and लोग ज़्यादा उस पर ट्रस्ट करते हैं after local trains. So the transition from diesel to electric vehicles will be tough, जैसे आपने mention किया. But how will you get the people, the auto rickshaw drivers, to get confidence that this is also a source of income? जैसे गवर्नमेंट के पास कुछ सब्सिडीज हैं कि
इतने लोग होशियार हैं कि शहर में कौन सी चीज कहाँ सस्ती मिलती है वहाँ लाइन लगा लेते हैं. देखो, कोई चैरिटी नहीं, कोई मेहरबानी नहीं. तुम्हारा इतना फायदा है, 10 रुपए का पेट्रोल जहाँ लगेगा वहाँ 1 रुपए की बिजली लगेगी. उसको समझता है कि आज अगर वो 200 रुपए कमा रहा तो इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो रिक्शा होगा तो वो 600 रुपए कमाएगा.
बिल्कुल दिन में.
अभी ई रिक्शा चला रहे लोग 600 रुपए 800 रुपए रोज का कमा रहे हैं. और जो नेचुरल लोग समझ लेते हैं, और इसलिए मैं इस मत कहूँ कि कोई मार्केटिंग मत करो, कुछ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं. अभी तो अगर आप हो, कोई नौकरी करने वाले हैं और वो अपना 15,000 12,000 रुपये महीना पेट्रोल पे खर्चा कर रहे हैं और इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल आने के बाद मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट नहीं के बराबर, और 12,000 के बजाय 1,000 रुपये का बिजली का खर्चा आएगा 1,500 रुपये का, तो उसको बताने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं, वो खुद ही ले लेता है. ये जितने पत्रकार मैं उनको पूछता हूँ ये ऐसा होगा, फिर लोग लेंगे, मतलब तुम ही लोगे. 1 साल के बाद सब लाइन से इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी यूज करोगे, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर पे आओगे और मुझे बोलने की जरूरत नहीं, क्योंकि तुमको समझता है कि अपना पैसा कहाँ बचाना.
That's true.
ये नेचुरल कोर्स में होगा.
Yes, this lady here.
ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए कोई कोशिश करने की जरूरत नहीं. अगर इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी नहीं होती, इलेक्ट्रिक के व्हीकल की कॉस्ट और उसका कंजम्पशन अगर पेट्रोल से ज़्यादा कॉस्ट होती तो सक्सेस नहीं होता.
तो कोई नहीं खरीदता.
Good evening, sir. I'm Aditi from Global Affairs, OP Jindal. I had a question regarding the disposal of these batteries after, the batteries expire or something, because the disposal of batteries are, it's not environmentally friendly as well. So I wanted to know how this is going to be managed after the batteries are expired.
Actually, नितिन जी को अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप नेक्स्ट टाइम वेस्ट टू वेल्थ
जी उसका एक
सेशन रखो.
जी बिल्कुल रखेंगे.
ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
देखिए, नो वन इज वेस्ट एंड नो पर्सन इज वेस्ट. इट इज डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी एंड अप्रोप्रिएट विजन ऑफ द लीडरशिप दैट यू कैन कन्वर्ट वेस्ट इनटू वेल्थ.
राइट.
इट इज द टेक्नोलॉजी. अतः अभी ये आपका टायर थे ना, ये वेस्ट टायर को इम्पोर्ट करने के लिए बंदी थी. मैंने इन्वायरमेंट मिनिस्टर को बोला इसको परमिशन दो, और परमिशन देने के बाद ऐसा हुआ कि पूरा 10% रबर पाउडर हम बिटुमेन में, रबराइज बिटुमेन बना रहे हैं. रोड की क्वालिटी सुधर रही, तो वो पूरा 30 रुपए किलो मिल रहा है. अभी प्लास्टिक 10% बिटुमेन में डाल रहे हैं, और वो जो टायर से जो तार निकलती है उसका फाइबर तैयार करते हैं. आपको मालूम है उसका कितना बड़ा फायदा हुआ. डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर मेट्रो और फ्लाईओवर में वो मैक्सिमम इंडिया में 30 मीटर रहता है. मलेशिया ने एक टेक्नोलॉजी तैयार की कि ये डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर 120 मीटर होगा. मैंने यहाँ IIT के रवि सिन्हा मुंबई के और एक डेलीगेशन भेजा मलेशिया, सिंगापुर, पूरे रिपोर्ट है, हमने स्वीकार किया. अब हमारे यहाँ बन रहे ब्रिजेस, तो 2 पियर के बीच में 120 मीटर 3 गायब कर दिए. तो एक ब्रिज मैं ब्रह्मपुत्रा में माजोली आइलैंड में बना रहा था, तो मैंने वो सोनवाल की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी थी, वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, मैंने घोषणा कर दी. वापस आया तो मुझे डिपार्टमेंट ने कहा 6,000 करोड़ का है. फिर मैंने नई टेक्नोलॉजी वगैरह करके लाया तो 680 करोड़ में आया.
तो 10% आ गया.
वो 12,000 करोड़ की टनल थी जोजिला. हम 1 साल भर टेक्नोलॉजी वगैरह अध्ययन किया और टेंडर निकाला. 4 बार टेंडर निकाला था. एस्टिमेट कॉस्ट थी 12,000, हमने 5,000 करोड़ में की. 5,000 करोड़ बचाए, क्या टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं आई. तो ये वेस्ट मटेरियल में मैं दिल से चाहता हूँ क्योंकि ये स्टील और सीमेंट का 40% कंजम्पशन मेरा डिपार्टमेंट का, और मैं जितना लेता हूँ इतना ये कार्टेल बना के रेट बढ़ाते हैं। मैं बहुत अनाउड हूँ उसके कारण। तो मैं बोलता हूँ इसका अल्टरनेटिव निकालो। ग्लास फाइबर स्टील आया, मैंने अलाउ करो। अभी फ्लाई ऐश में कोई केमिकल डाल के कंक्रीट बनाओ, सॉइल स्टेबिलाईजेशन का करो, ताकि स्टील और सीमेंट का यूज कम। तो धीरे धीरे रिसर्च कर रहे लोग और बहुत अच्छे अच्छे नए नए मटेरियल आए हैं। अभी आपने देखा क्या ग्लास फाइबर स्टील देखा है? बहुत सुंदर स्टील है। ये स्टील से भी स्ट्रेंथ है उसकी ज़्यादा, घर में भी बना सकते। बंद करो ये स्टील यूज करना, वो यूज करो। दैट इज गुड। अभी समुद्र में, मैं मुंबई में फ्लाईओवर बना है, तो समुद्र के कारण वो स्टील को रस्टिंग होता है, उसको कोटिंग करते थे या स्टेनलेस स्टील लगाना था। मैंने कहा ये ग्लास फाइबर स्टील यूज करो उसमें। तो जब अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल तैयार होगा तो सबके जमीन पर चलेंगे सब लोग। अगर 2-4 लोगों की मोनोपोली होती है तो वो रेट बढ़ते जाते हैं।
बिल्कुल, धन्यवाद सर। और एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन विल टेक हियर एंड देन बिकॉज मिनिस्टर हैज टू गो, बट
Good evening, sir. My name is Jaskirat Gujral. I'm also from the Bachelor of Arts Global Affairs from OP Jindal. सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था कि ये वेस्ट के रिगार्डिंग ही अपने इंडिया में जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है पेट्रोल बसेस का, स्पेशली बसेस का, वो जो आपका प्लान है कि आपको इलेक्ट्रिक डबल डेकर बसेस लगानी है, तो दीज पेट्रोल बसेस आप इनका रिप्लेसमेंट कैसे करोगे? इनको रीफिट करोगे या फिर इनका स्क्रैप मेटल करके कोई और मटेरियल निकालोगे?
ऐसा 2 चीज़ें हैं इसमें। डीजल बस को सीएनजी बस में मैंने नागपुर में हमारे यहाँ 100 बसेस कन्वर्ट करेंगे। फिर दूसरा ऐसा है कि सीएनजी वेस्ट वाटर से मीथेन निकाल कर वो कर सकते हैं, दैट इज़ वेस्ट टू वेल्थ। दूसरा राइस स्ट्रॉ से सीएनजी मिल सकता है। तीसरा ऐसा है कि डीजल बस को इलेक्ट्रिक बस में कन्वर्ट करने का चल। फिर बंगलोर में एक स्टार्टअप है, उनने मुझे गाड़ियाँ बताई, उसने सब बुलेट से लेकर स्कूटर तक पेट्रोल की सबको इलेक्ट्रिक में कन्वर्ट किया। तो ये भी होगा और नई गाड़ी भी होगी। और दूसरा, अब हमने कार का लाइफ 15 साल रखा है, फिटनेस लगता है, नहीं तो स्क्रैपिंग करना पड़ेगा। अब एक जो ट्रक पुराना जितना पोल्यूशन करता है उतना पोल्यूशन 15 नए ट्रक करते हैं। दूसरा, उसका एवरेज भी उतना मिलता नहीं, फ्यूल भी बहुत पीता है। तो हमें अभी इस समय हमारे देश में पोल्यूशन का भी कंसर्न है, दूसरी ओर कंजम्पशन का भी कंसर्न है, और इकोनॉमी वायबिलिटी का भी प्रश्न है। एक आखिरी में मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ। प्रूवन टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड मार्केटेबिलिटी, केवल टेक्नोलॉजी प्रूवन है और रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल नहीं तो फ़ायदा नहीं है। तो ये चारों बातों का इंटीग्रेटेड इसमें जब बराबर होगा तो कोई चीज़ सक्सेस होगी। अब ये जैसे बैटरी केमिस्ट्री है, वैसे इकोनॉमिक्स वायबिलिटी की केमिस्ट्री भी अभी ये पेट्रोल डीजल और गैस इकोनॉमी में जो रेट्स बढ़े उसको देखते हुए हम लोग अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल में जाएंगे। गैस इकोनॉमी, सीएनजी, एलएनजी। अभी मुंबई में आरसीएफ और दीपक फर्टिलाइजर 2 कंपनियां मिथेनॉल बनाती है। असम पेट्रोलियम 100 टन मिथेनॉल बनाता है। मिथेनॉल का रेट है 22 रुपये लीटर और डीजल का 110 रुपये लीटर। तो पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का और आसाम का पूरा ट्रक ट्रांसपोर्ट और बस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिथेनॉल पे कन्वर्ट करना चाहिए। अभी बाम्बू से बायो इथेनॉल आसाम में बन रहा है। तो देखो, जिस राज्य, अभी उत्तर प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, तमिलनाडु, यहाँ इथेनॉल बड़े प्रमाण पर बनता है, तो वो इथेनॉल पर कन्वर्ट करें। अब जहाँ कुछ भी नहीं तो इलेक्ट्रिक पर जाए। जहाँ अभी कश्मीर में और इधर मैं रोपवे केबल कार बना रहा हूँ, तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट में वो ये नहीं हो रहा था, वायबिलिटी नहीं आ रही थी। अब वो हाइड्रो पावर तैयार करते हैं। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी और चीफ मिनिस्टर, तुम एक काम करो, मेरी बात सुनो, तुम पावर का रेट 3 रुपये यूनिट कर दो 10 साल के लिए। वैसे भी तुम तो 2 रुपये 40 पैसे, तुमको 2 रुपये में पावर मिल रही है। तो वो 1 रुपया करने से IRR अच्छा हो गया, वायबिलिटी आ गई, प्रोजेक्ट अभी क्लियर हो जाएंगे पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट। कल मैं अपनी कौन सी फाइनेंशियल कंपनी, मॉर्गन स्टैनली, उनके कार्यक्रम में ओबेरा में था। तो मैंने उनको बिठाकर लंदन ट्रांसपोर्ट का मॉडल समझा और मैंने बोला गवर्नमेंट की गारंटी मत मांगो, तुम ऑपरेटर को इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस फाइनेंस करो और एक्स्ट्रा अकाउंट खोल लो। एक बस 225 से 250 किलोमीटर जाती है, आपने 40 रुपये रेट से, जितना रेट है रोज जितना टिकट बैंक में जमा होगा, एक्स्ट्रा पहला तुम्हारा पैसा मिलेगा, बाद में बाकी जाएगा। तो escrow account मांग लो, और there will be tripartite agreement between transporter, banker, investor, और जो चलाने वाला ऑपरेटर है और गवर्नमेंट, और बैंक में उसी से पैसे में, तो आपको प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, 4 साल में तुम्हारे पैसे निकल जाएंगे. So by innovative model, not only in technology but in even economic model बनाकर हम लोग कर सकते, 10 लाख बसेस हो सकती है, कोई पैसे की, जैसे मैं रोड में बनाता हूँ, मुझे कोई पैसे की कमी नहीं है, मैं 1 लाख करोड़, अब जो आपने कहा तो लोग मुझे बोलते तुम 1,50,000 करोड़ बात करते हो, तो मैं बोलता हूँ कहाँ से आए, तो मैंने बोला एक बात करना, ये 8 साल में मैंने जो कहा वो नहीं हुआ, क्या बताओ.
एग्जैक्टली.
वो पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं. अभी मैं इनविट खोल रहा हूँ और मैंने तय किया कि अब मैं बड़े इन्वेस्टर के पैसे नहीं लूंगा, अब मैं छोटे और 8% मंथली रिटर्न तुम्हारे अकाउंट में जमा करूंगा. अब बैंक डिपॉजिट करोगे तो आपको 4.5%, 5%, मैं 8% जमा करूंगा. AAA रेटिंग है, तो नेचुरली मैं छोटे लोगों के पैसे से रोड बनाऊंगा.
बहुत ही
तो देर आर ऑप्शंस, देर आर सॉल्यूशंस. इफ देर इज ए स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, इफ देर इज ए विल, there is a way, and if there is no will, there is only survey, discussion, seminar, committee,
Conference,
subcommittee, and research group. Not like this seminar.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
He is a great innovator. I think we'll have to stop him. He has to leave now, but we'll ask him again. Thank you very much for your time and your insights. As always, you have innovations, solutions, and the big grand vision for big projects. Over to you, Nilanjan.
Thank you very much. And I would still request you, sir, if you could stay back for a few minutes, no? Because we have a session on e-mobility and I'm sure our speakers will be very happy. There you go. All right. We will miss you, sir, because I think we had a very, very good session from you. Thank you very much. I request Nitin Gokhale to please present a memento to Shri Nitin Gadkari. In spirit of the theme of the event, we are going green. Thank you very much, sir, for taking out the time to speak to us and for attending Catalyst 2022. Can I have another round of applause for him, please? third session on e-mobility. We have industry leaders with us who are going to give us their perspective. The session is being moderated by Amitabh P. Revi, Associate Editor, stratnewsglobal.com. Amitabh, I request you to please come up on stage while I introduce and invite all our panelists to come up one by one. We were supposed to have been joined online by Sulajja Motwani, the CEO of Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions, but unfortunately, she's not going to be able to make it due to some personal problem. I would like to invite Ms. Krishnakoli Datta, Director, Communications and Public Affairs, Ola Electric Mobility. Her expertise is in building, strengthening and defending corporate reputation and brand through corporate communications, advocacy and public affairs, media and public relations. She is experienced in the areas of policy and communications in diverse segments, including electric vehicles, automotive, healthcare, financial services, science and technology, and manufacturing. Thank you very much, Ms. Datta, for agreeing to be a part of the panel. Next panelist is Mr. Rajiv Mantri, the MD of Navam Capital. Rajiv Mantri is the MD of Navam Capital, which is an India-focused investment firm. He's also the co-founder of India Enterprise Council, a public policy think tank. Rajiv has co-authored a book with Harsh Madhusudan, A New Idea of India, Individual Rights in a Civilizational State, an international bestseller on the history and future of modern India, covering a diverse range of topics in economics, foreign policy, and politics. Thank you very much, Rajiv, for being a part of this session. I call upon Mr. Sushant Naik. He is the Chairman, Society of India Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM Electric Mobility Group, and Global Head, Government and Public Policy, Tata Motors Limited. He has over 28 years of national and global leadership position experience in government domain, strategic relationship management, professional policy advocacy, business development and strategy, and of course, public affairs and corporate affairs. I call upon Mr. Ravi Pandit, Chairman of KPIT. Mr. Pandit is the co-founder and chairman of KPIT Technologies Limited. His vision as the founder of KPIT has steered the company towards achieving leadership position as product engineering and IT consulting solutions and services provider to 3 industries: automotive and transportation, manufacturing, and energy and utilities. He has been instrumental in shaping KPIT's vertical focus strategy and building a unique partnership model based on the tenets of innovation and sustainable development. Thank you very much for joining this panel. I hand over the session to you, Amitabh.
Thank you, and welcome to the last session of that's Strat News Global's first ever conclave. Glad to see some faces, and very glad to have a power-packed panel here. I just wanted to get a sense of this house. Can all those who either own or know people, whether it's their family, friends, colleagues, who have electric vehicles, whether it's cars or scooters, can I get a sense of how many of you actually own or operate them? So, 2 of us as well. Starting this discussion, Shant, if I can, I know you wear lots of hats, but the industry hat first, in terms of, could you give us a sense of the curve where the industry is currently?
Very good evening to all. I will try to keep everything short because it's the end of the session, but let me do whatever best I can do. Let me just start globally. What is happening is all the countries has announced net zero as their target. If you look at Bhutan has already done net zero, but if you look at EU has already announced 2050 as their net zero target. Sweden is around 2050. Finland is around 2035. Germany is around 2045. And plus, if you look at all the countries, when they are announcing net zero, their focus is on the EVs because 13% emission in terms of the adding to the carbon is the transport sector. So EV is becoming a big focus globally, not only in India, I would say. And there is one report by International Council for Clean Transportation, they also feel that if you're talking of life cycle of the GHG emission, EVs is one of the best solution. So globally, everybody is talking of the EVs. Now coming to India, 2070 is what a net zero target. But moving towards that, again in India, if you look at the earlier Mr. Gadkari's speech also, EV is becoming a true focus. And India's journey also is done well in terms of starting with 2030 as a national electric mobility mission. Then FAME 1 has come, FAME 2 has come. FAME 1 had the budget of only 895 crores, whereas FAME 2 has a budget of 10,000 crores. And if you look at the numbers in India also is growing rapidly in terms of the EVs. If you look at the Vahan data, 2019 is only 1.6 lakhs vehicle registered, but 2020 is 4.19, it's almost like a 4x. So as a India and globally, the whole mood in terms of the transportation is going towards the electrical vehicle.
Basically, if I can, Ola, all of us use cabs, we know about now your scooters, and you've already started teasing us for a car, I believe, in 2024. So you would like to just give us an idea of where Ola is?
Good evening, everyone. And it's quite, I think, interesting today. When I look back, I think last year, when Ola had announced setting up a 10 million capacity factory, which would be the world's largest two-wheeler factory, we were always asked, why 10 million? India doesn't have the market. There are very few buyers. And since then to now, and we heard the minister say that capacity is the constraint, supply is the constraint, the demand is there. And it's so wonderful to see that. So I think, not just Ola, so I just want to take a step back. It is electric vehicle and EV technology is inevitable. It's inevitable in India, it's inevitable around the world. If the world has to solve the problem of clean mobility, electrification of mass mobility, there are not too many countries who can lead that revolution. Not with the demography, not with the technology, not at the price points, not with the talent. India is very uniquely placed. To solve electrification at the humanity level, I don't think US is thinking that. US companies are thinking at very premium segments. Very few are looking at two-wheelers, for example, and two-wheelers is really where the mass electric mobility revolution will come from. And I think today where we sit as a country, India, we cannot afford to miss this revolution. We cannot afford to let other countries go ahead of us. We are already behind the curve a bit in EV technology, but it's still initial stage, it's still nascent. There is a lot more innovation coming. And we have to firstly catch up to the curve and then go ahead of the curve. And it's really, really exciting time at this moment that everybody in the ecosystem is looking at EV positively. And I think that's very exciting. Ola, very simply, our bet is India's demand is going to explode both in two-wheelers and in four-wheelers. All statistics and numbers point to that. As companies, as industry, we can invest in manufacturing, we can invest in technology, we can invest in innovation, we can invest in talent. A lot of global Indian talent coming back to India. We know in Ola we are hiring globally, all located out of our Bangalore headquarters. It's really the way forward for us. How to build India as the global EV leader. And everything follows from there.
I know you raised one hand. I think you should be raising two hands since you have two EVs at home and I have one. But just wanted to get, since we're talking numbers and what would need to make a difference, the distinction between two-wheelers and four-wheelers and personal or private vehicles and commercial vehicles. If you'd like to elaborate a bit on that.
Good evening, everyone. The way I look at it is that we have to solve, and when the Honorable Minister spoke, he talked about two things. He talked about pollution, and he talked about our exchange, foreign exchange drain. To address those problems, I think we have to segment the overall pollution generation and imports into various buckets. You know, our import of diesel is about 3 times the import of petrol. Almost 60% of the diesel consumption and almost 15% of the petrol consumption is on commercial vehicles. When I say commercial vehicles, I mean three-wheelers, within the city, delivery vans, cabs, buses, trucks. So clearly, a large part of focus has to go on saving on that, because these are the consumers of precious foreign exchange, and these are also the generators of pollution. So I think we need to address that issue, and there is traction happening, and Mr. Gadkari spoke about new buses coming in, etc. But we need to address that. We of course need to address two-wheelers. I think something like 70% of the total vehicles in the country are two-wheelers. Relative consumption of petrol is proportional. But I think we need to address commercial vehicles very substantially. We need to address the issue of within the city travel differently than between the city travel. Because if you were to run buses or long distance trucks on batteries, you will probably end up carrying more weight of the batteries than the payload. So clearly some different technology is required. So we need to address commercial vehicles separately than personal vehicles, and we need to address city travel differently than between the city travel. And I think these would call for different technologies, but this problem is definitely solvable, and we need to solve these problems together.
Rajiv, we talked about, and even the minister highlighted a lot of reasons why this transition, this disruptive transition is taking place. There are several internal and external reasons for that. If you want to talk about what exactly is driving both the consumer and the manufacturer and the government to move in this disruptive direction.
Yeah, thank you, Amitabh. Good evening, everyone. So I would say there are two major tailwinds. One is obviously the technology tailwind, which is bringing down battery costs, making vehicles more affordable. And as the minister pointed out, people are buying electric vehicles because it's cheaper to run them, not because of some other reason, but it's the economic driver, which makes it a natural choice, especially for two-wheelers. And I think India's policy of taxing fossil fuels has been important here, because we have consistently kept the price of petrol and diesel high over the last 6-7 years. The government also took a lot of heat for it, but they persisted with that policy. And the other vector that he pointed out was on exchange management, which Mr. Pandit also referred to, where we want to make sure that we somewhere control our oil imports, control our oil import bill, which weighs very heavily on the current account deficit, and frankly is a major drag on India's growth and continued growth potential. So the technology tailwind is the first one. And the second, obviously, driver from the perspective of policymakers is reducing dependence on energy imports. And just the way we don't want to depend on foreign suppliers for armaments and defense equipment, as we've been talking about since yesterday and today through this conference. In the same way, we don't want to depend on foreign suppliers for our energy needs. So as the economy scales from 3 trillion to 5 trillion and beyond, and our energy requirements will scale disproportionately actually, I think it's imperative that we solve this problem, and electrification is the answer.
Shant, in terms of, if you want to look at industry and specifically Tata itself, the challenges that you face currently.
So as Minister was saying, the challenge is we get only calls for Sushan, I'm going to get my next one in the 9 months, can I get in 3 months? This is joking. So challenges as an industry, I would say there are 5 challenges industry is going through. One is we need a further push on the charging infrastructure. We want more and more chargers kind of thing, because when you see visibility of the more chargers, the more that range anxiety, which is the second problem, will go away. Third is still between the IC that is a normal petrol diesel car and your EV car, there is a still delta of 1.3x kind of thing. So that, as also minister said, is going to go down by 2025. He's saying that it will be the parity. And the fourth is in terms of the awareness. I still come across when I, in the flight, I asked the neighbor, like, how you got EV car. So still I finding there is a lack of awareness that you can charge in the, in the home and the 3-point plug, 115 amp plug kind of thing. So that also is a slightly a challenge, but we are, and government is also working towards that, to more and more awareness in terms of this. But otherwise, it looks to be going on the exponential side, the whole EV as volumes.
When you talk about awareness, there was this story you were telling us about traffic policemen in Mumbai. Maybe you want to share that with the audience?
No, but it's a very interesting thing. I mean, just on the 2020, somewhere on April, May, I was just in the afternoon, I was taking my EV Tigor out, and traffic police stopped me. How can you have a green plate? So it's an offense kind of thing. So I found that kind of thing was not known even at the, but anyway, now it's moving very fast, and now green plate is like a pride kind of thing.
You were talking about how this is a revolution, even though we are behind, so to speak, in comparison to the big powers. Is Ola looking at one, making India more than just a market? And are you also looking at exporting?
Short answer, yes, of course. But our strategy is more than a product. Of course, we'll be bringing, we have the two-wheeler, the S1 and the S1 Pro. We have talked about a four-wheeler. We have more two-wheelers and other four-wheelers in the pipeline. India is the main market, but exports are definitely on the cards, around the horizon. But it is more than the product. One of the challenges India faces and companies in India face is supply chain, cell supply. Nobody in India makes cells yet. They're all imported. We, of course, import from one of the leading Korean companies, but China has 90% of the supply in this space. So the way for Ola or India to really make this more than a product play is to get cell manufacturing going, is to get a large part of supply chain integrated and in here. And one, the government policy on PLI, on advanced cell chemistry, is very, very, I think, supportive of this. Ola is, I think, the only EV and OEM that won the cell PLI, so we are setting up our own cell gigafactory. We won the 20 gigawatt hour award from the government, but our plan is to build 50 gigawatt hour. And we'll consume all of that, we believe, with our own factory, because we have the two-wheeler, 10 million that we'll build up to. We'll have the four-wheeler factory coming up. We are also investing very heavily in cell innovation, cell research, and other core technologies. We've set up a center in Bangalore, in Electronics City, where we are doing a huge amount of new technology research in cells. What different chemistries come forward from the current existing chemistry. So a lot of work is going in building an EV hub out of India. So it's about the product, it's about the cell, it's about new chemistry, it's about manufacturing to global scale, and it's about creating the best technology out of India so that you can really be a world beater.
Rajiv, here you're talking about battery chemistry, Korean company, of course, I presume it's lithium ion here, but there are alternatives, right, which you have been working on, say, sodium.
I think the key problem of shifting to electric mobility in the country is affordability. Clearly, that is the key. So the issue is, how can we come up with solutions which the Indian consumer will find affordable? And so when you talk of typically electric vehicles, almost 40% of the cost is battery. And as my colleague here talked about, the cells are typical lithium ion. They get imported. they will get manufactured here, but the raw material will get imported. And so we have been working for almost last 6 years to come up with a chemistry which will not depend on. And obviously, you have to rethink the use cases. So our focus has been on commercial vehicles, where you may have shorter range, but you want to have a quick recharge. And the cost has to be brought down 40-50%. And with that in mind, we have been working on sodium-ion batteries. So these are the batteries which can be very quickly charged, which can last for much longer, which are far more temperature tolerant than the traditional lithium-ion batteries, so safer in a country like ours. So these are the kind of things that we have been working on. I believe that as an industry, all of us have to look at solutions which are relevant to our country. And it's not always so that the solutions which are good in Europe are good here. Or our temperatures are different, our usage patterns are different, and most certainly our affordability is different. So we must come up with something like that is applicable to us. And we have been working on that. For the city transports, we believe sodium-ion battery may be a better choice than lithium-ion battery. We also believe that in intercity, when we go for fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, they will also need a smaller battery, and even there, the sodium-ion battery can make much rather than an LTO battery. So I think we have to work together to come up with our own solutions, try them out, test them, and then kind of go ahead with them. I completely concur with you that this is a revolution that we should lead as a country. The IC engine revolution passed us by 100 years ago. The truth is that the electric revolution is passing us by about 10 years. But it's a train that we can possibly still catch. But I believe that when it comes to the hydrogen revolution, we have to be the leaders. I think there is a possibility of we becoming the leaders because it's a revolution just about starting. So that's also an area where we need to work together.
I'll just come to you to elaborate on hydrogen, but in terms of investment, technology, extraction, cells, the whole engineering of the car itself, the aesthetics of it, how do you see that having moved within India?
So, I think there was a certain lag in the reaction of, let's say, the investment community to the opportunity. But here in 2022 now, there is tremendous interest. This was not the case probably 5-7 years ago, whether in the venture capital world or in the private equity world. I think if you see some of the early pioneers in this space, like Ather Energy, they actually went very early on to strategic partners. And they worked with companies like Hero to sort of raise funding and go through the early phases of their growth. So what has changed now? Why are people embracing the opportunity today? I think what has crystallized now is, like I said, the policy support, which is very clear now, where we have also decided as a country that we don't want Chinese imports. I think that was always hanging in the background, that if someone were to develop an electric vehicle here, how do you compete with China? How do you compete with companies over there which are getting soft loans and all kinds of state-based support to essentially dominate categories? But as a country now, I think we aren't importing vehicles per se, but we are obviously working with the value chain in China. We are doing more value addition onshore now. So I think that gives a lot of comfort to investors, where they are open to looking at this category very seriously. On the software side, obviously there's always kind of a natural fit with the venture capital model and softwareization over there, and obviously Mr. Pandit would know extremely well. He could also comment on that, on how vehicles themselves are becoming like essentially moving computers, and because of the kind of overall engineering of the vehicle itself, there is a space to even change designs when it comes to four-wheelers And over
to
time, we'll see
things
all of this
that
evolve.
are unimaginable.
Yeah, I think over time we'll see these things come to the fore in a market, in the marketplace. I mean, already if you've ridden a Tesla vehicle, you know how different it is from the inside, and it doesn't look like what we are used to when we talk about a car or think about a car.
It's raising interesting points about, say, external competition when India has to compete. Talking about China, investment, soft loans, government, state-owned enterprises. The government in India, how does the industry look at it? As an enabler, as a facilitator, policies, how have they affected your growth curve?
So good point. Basically, in India, as I was telling you, we started from NEMP, then FAME 1, FAME 2. So demand incentive side is really good work, I would say, at reflecting on the numbers also. If you take example of MHI, Ministry of Heavy Industries, already they roll out FAME 1, FAME 2 policy. Now they came out with Auto PLI, where EVs, as much you produce, you will get more incentives. So supply side also incentives are there, including the advanced chemistry cell, ACC. So you manufacture batteries in India, you are going to get incentives. You take care of this like MRTH, for example. MRTH has come with the green plate revolution in terms of the separate status kind of thing for the green plate. They have given the advisory to all the states for road tax exemption. The battery cell safety standard they are coming out. So they are really the advanced stage. You take care of Ministry of Power. Ministry of Power is already have a charging standards already out. The one thing always I tell everyone that the aggregation model which ESL is doing now is called CSL or Energy Efficiency Services Limited of Ministry of Power. That's one of the good master stroke, I would say, because till 2000, FAME started in 2015, but India was not on the global map of the electric mobility. But one order of 10,000 electrical cars, and you have to bid for that. And Tata Motors, we have one as a L1 in terms of the 5,000 electrical cars. The whole India came out on the mobility, global mobility map, I would say, e-mobility map. And personally got hundreds of calls from the different part of the world that, can we supply you this, that and all. There right now, they are doing these 5,000 electrical buses, which Minister also said. So this was a good initiative from the Ministry of Power. Department of Science and Technology working on the Chinese standard to make it a same common standard across the country. Ministry of Finance has done the biggest job is 5% GST for the electrical vehicles. It's the lowest kind of thing, including the income tax benefit of up to 1.5 lakhs, So if you look at this, all 8 to 9 ministries really help in terms of the supporting the e-mobility journey of India. And I think it's a good job India has done in terms of the policy enablement, policy support. And if you look at the minister's response also, it's always the collaborative in terms of, consultative approach. So it's good. I mean, I don't say anything which, government has not done for the EV mobility.
Particularly if you want to take that in terms of, I know the minister isn't here, but if you had the chance, is there anything further that you would, as a company representative, want from the government? Or are we looking towards the government for too much? Should this be driven by the industry and consumer?
I think government's support to the industry is absolutely demonstrated by all the policies they've come up with, both at the central level and at the state level. What this industry required was, in its initial stage, try and support faster adoption, and the government has done that well through the policy, FAME and other state level policies. I think what the government and industry needs to work together is to, and sorry, this sounds repetitive, but is to come out with an India strategy. Like, I would love us to work together to see how India leads this for the world. We can all have our different company strategies in India, but how does India break the monopoly of the big companies, the big countries, the big players? That's very, very important, I think. But in the Indian ecosystem, I think it's up to an industry, companies like us. You have to invest. You have to invest in manufacturing at a level, at a scale of global numbers, so that affordability, economies work. You have to invest in cell technology. I mean, there is no two way about it. To your point, if we can't come up with our own technologies for cells, which work in our conditions as well as work for the rest of the world, we are not controlling the technology behind the revolution. We will just be at the end of the value chain, I think, at the consumer facing. I think there's a lot more industry has to do. All of us are doing, and we have to step up more in manufacturing, in technology, in R&D, in talent. There is a lot that we will all have to do together. So I don't see that government, where government could have done more in the initial stage, but I think where we can do more with the government is to really see where India's competitive edge is demonstrated in the world. I think that competitive edge is still missing. The fact that if you're in Europe, and Europe today, this year will add 1.5 million battery electric vehicles alone, that's a reasonably big market. And that's, I think, for passenger cars. So it's, I think, more Sushant's, ours in 2 years when it comes. It's a huge market. What would it take for an Indian company to sell our electric cars there? What would it take for us to sell it in the US? Why do I see headlines about premium electric vehicle cars being sold here? I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I'm saying, why can't it be the other way around?
Asking for import duty reduction. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm saying it has to be the other way around. It should be our cars, our two-wheelers, our electric vehicles being sold around the world. And that competitive edge can happen only if you work together with the government. I think that is a piece we need to get to.
What will it take for India to reach that stage? I know you're saying you're already about 10 years behind. You talked about sodium. If you can tell us about the alternatives. Maybe one of the ways of India selling to the world is by developing technology that nobody else has, which they want.
So clearly we have to see the way I look at it is that luckily there is no homogeneity in the world. World is extremely heterogeneous, and I always like to give the analogy of a forest when we look at any ecosystem. In a forest, you don't see a single type of tree. You see multiple types of trees, all flourishing. So I believe that because of the heterogeneity of any ecosystem, different solutions will come up in different areas, and we should nurture them and grow them. And so, for example, I talked about sodium-ion batteries, as something that can be very relevant for city transport, for long-distance fuel cell buses, and that is something which can be extremely relevant. Maybe a few years down the line, we may come up with a situation saying that in a certain part of the country, certain resources are extremely easily available, so maybe a different solution will work. I think it is important for us to be cognizant of the fact that heterogeneous situations call for diversity of solutions. I think all those areas can work. And the other area that I talked about is about the hydrogen part. Again, that's an area where we have been very passionate. And that's a problem that the Honorable Minister talked about. We have a condition where there are 200 million tons of agricultural waste every year in the country. We have a situation where our agricultural, where the farmers are the poorest, amongst the poorest in the world. So why can't we do something which will convert his waste into his wealth? And that's why we have been working on generation of hydrogen from biomass, and working with Indian institutions and Indian partners. We have come up with 2 technologies which make, I must say, world's cheapest green hydrogen. World's cheapest green hydrogen. It's a hydrogen that can be sold today, sold to an automotive user, which means the dispensing cost at less than $3 per kg. And wherever else you go, you talk about electrolysis as the way to do green hydrogen, and nobody is talking of a cost less than $6 to $8 per kilo. But if you are doing $3 a kilo, the economics changes. So, we have been working on that, and I'm sure there will be many startups who will come up with smarter, better technologies. But I think this is a race that we all need to run together. So we have been working on that. We have been working on fuel cell, the equipment which converts hydrogen into electricity and clean water. Okay. So that is also an area where I think we need to work within the country. And now we have a situation where, and you must have read the announcements on that, India's first domestically made fuel cell has been tested and demonstrated. And I think these are the kind of things that we need to pick up. But this is an ecosystem play. A company like us can do R&D, but commercialization, scale up has to be done by our industrial partners. And we need to work together. So if you look at, for example, the German auto industry, the German OEMs have done exceedingly well because the German OEMs, German tier 1s, and German R&D institutions like Fraunhofer work together. They work together. If we were to say in our country that our OEMs will look at foreign tier 1s or international collaborations, we will not build our own ecosystem. And we will forever become economic slaves to those companies. So I think we need to work together and build our own ecosystem because it's an ecosystem play. No single company can do it.
I'm going to throw to the house if you have any observations, questions in a bit. But I just want to get comments on price points and how important they are for an Indian consumer. And have we reached, or how long will it take us to reach a point where electric vehicles will be comfortable in terms of consumers?
So I think if you look at the categories, two-wheelers, three-wheelers and four-wheelers, I think we're already there with two-wheelers and three-wheelers. I think four-wheelers will take longer because of obviously the larger batteries which make up almost half the cost. And thus at the entry level we have the Nexon, but Tata Nexon, which is still probably beyond the affordability level of most Indian buyers. So it comes down to the bill of materials for the car, and that will require its own evolution. But I agree with Mr. Pandit. I mean, I think we need Indian companies to sort of create that ecosystem, collaborate, and what can happen in that scenario is, like he said, the world is a heterogeneous place. So the products that work in the Indian market will have a very wide appeal in similar kind of climates, similar kind of countries which are economically similar. So if we are able to achieve that level of affordability, achieve that level of performance in this environment, in this climate that we have, there is a very vast world market waiting. And I don't think a European car manufacturer, of that matter a Japanese car manufacturer, could very easily crack that market. So in that sense, what has been an issue for us economically, the import of energy and that consequently becoming a drag, if we are able to do more value addition in India through this kind of an ecosystem, then we can potentially be a very strong force in the auto sector for much of the world, which frequently is ignored by the larger automakers currently.
This transition in terms of India as an automotive giant or components, how do you see it moving from ICE to EV?
So like I said, I think for example with three-wheelers it's going much faster. With two-wheelers also it's quite fast, but four-wheelers within India itself will take longer. That's how I see it.
So, Amitabh, if I could jump
please.
on this question. It's, the consumer experience is not just cost. Consumer experience is about the total ownership experience. At least we haven't seen lot of cases around the world where somebody has bought an electric vehicle and his next vehicle is back to ICE. It hasn't happened. It's not just the cost. And the cost economics also works out over the total cost of ownership. So while you may find the ticket price of a vehicle may be slightly different, EVs at that point may seem slightly expensive now, But if you look at the 3 to 5 year ownership that you have, there are very few moving parts in electric vehicles. You're not going to your local mechanic to service your engine. There's no oil dripping. I mean, it's a different experience of ownership. These are very software driven, very smart connected vehicles, including in two-wheelers, which we are in now. We have cruise control, we have features like proximity unlock. You don't even get it in premium vehicles, that you walk to your vehicle and the vehicle recognizes you. It's a very software, smart technology driven industry. And when a consumer experiences this, there is no going back. So I think this revolution is driven and is dependent on the kind of product choices companies like us can give. If you can give the right choice, this is about performance, this is about better, I think, experience, there is no going back to ICE, to fuel vehicles once you ride an electric.
I personally, at least, certainly don't doubt that. But if there are any...
So essentially, I think for four-wheelers, we need a 4 lakh car. So when we have that 4 lakh price point, I think that's when it will really accelerate for passenger cars.
You think we'll reach that point when?
I think he can answer best.
I would say, the whole automobile industry, the way they are planning the number of electrical cars, I think somewhere it will come below 10 lakhs also, very soon.
Final comments? Anything? Any questions? Yeah, the lady there.
Thank you, sir. Once again, I'm Khoyesh Agarwal, a second year BA Global Affairs student from OP Jindal University. I wish to address the concerns of all the people on this table. So I will very quickly go through 3 questions. First, ma'am, when you talk about the overall experience of a consumer not only being related to price, I believe somewhere the consumer's conscience also comes in. So relating to that, how sustainable is the production of batteries? Second, once a battery is not usable anymore, what procedure would be there to exchange the battery? And third, once the battery is exchanged with the company, how exactly will it be discarded? So can you give us an industry or a corporate perspective to these?
Are that all the 3 questions to me?
My question is to all the panelists, but if you can give us a perspective on the first one, how sustainable is the production of batteries, and the question regarding exchange?
I think there are huge amount of latest technologies of producing battery. We use something called a wire bonding technology, which is really sophisticated, really advanced, to build our battery modules. There is a huge amount of technology innovation anyway happening in this space. It's only going to get better from here, both in the cell level and the battery level, of course. And there are global standards. India has its own standards. It's going to adopt new ones. So it can only go up. But to your other question about at the end of life cycle, battery recycling, I'll let others come in. This is a larger industry. This is a larger ecosystem. And you will have so many other players coming in and servicing different parts of the value chain. So that will be part of the economy, for sure.
I think that when you look at any new technology, you have to take a slightly mid-term view. And so yes, today we see the problem as how will we recycle batteries? Today we see the problem as how the charging will happen. But if you were to look back and do a comparative analysis of what happened when the IC engines came in, okay, did they not have the same problem? How did gas stations come up everywhere? They did, right? Now, making engines involved doing a lot more mining and all that. What happened to that? But, government came up with regulations saying that you should be able to recycle. So same things will happen for the new technology also. And so how do you make batteries which are more recyclable is a good science question to ask. Right. And I'm pretty sure that this is not a question that we will ask 5 years from now.
Right. No, so I only ask this because the entire point of having electric vehicles is to take a step towards sustainability?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
I only asked this question. Of course, I understand that you have to take a midterm view towards any new coming technology, but I asked this particular question obviously pertaining to the fact that we are taking a step in the direction of e-vehicles because we wish to move towards ecological sustainability.
Yes. So the point is this, by the time our batteries will be up for exchange, 3 to 5 years, I believe we will have technologies for recycling.
Right.
The work that, for example, we are doing in sodium-ion batteries, completely recyclable. It has only sodium, it doesn't have lithium, it doesn't have cobalt, it doesn't have nickel. So I'm sure somebody from the lithium-ion side will also come up with some technology which will be similarly, useful.
Right.
It's a good problem for college students to pick up or science students to pick up. You will make a lot of money.
Yes,
I think the point that's being made here is that you look for a solution after the problem. I mean, you can't have a solution before the problem. So, like ice.
No, and also I think we should benchmark new technologies to what they're replacing. So currently we are just burning oil, right? Yeah, you're importing and burning, and there is no scope for any kind of recycling, obviously. So I think even with a decent measure of recyclability with lithium, which I think already exists in other countries and it will come up in India too, we'll essentially get to a stage where even that bit of import which will come, the raw material import which will happen, that too can be defrayed to some extent by recycling.
Right.
Yeah, so just to add the point, Government of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest, MOEF we call, is already came out with the guidelines called Battery Waste Management Rule, 2022. You may like to look at that. What you are talking about, every concern has been addressed, and government is very soon, the rules will be implemented. And in that, how do we recycle the battery? How do you go about it? So this is called RRR. So reuse, recycle and repair kind of thing. So all these 3 RRR, how do we take care of that? So all the rules regulation already mentioned by the government recently, and the same concerns, how do we use more, optimize the resources of the India and also globally I would say, and what should be the approach for the sustainability. So it is covered in that these rules of battery management.
Anybody else? Otherwise,
Thank you so much.
I thank our audience and hand it over to Nilanjana. Thanks for all your experience and expertise, sharing it with us as well.
Thank you very much, Amitabh, and our panelists for that session, a very important session. May I please request the founder and editor-in-chief of Strat News Global, Nitin Gokhale, to present mementos to our moderator and the panelists. A memento to Ms. Krishnakoli Datta, Director, Communications and Public Affairs, Ola Electric Mobility. To Mr. Ravi Pandit, Chairman, KPIT. To Mr. Sushant Nayak, Chairman, Society of India Automobile Manufacturers Electrical Mobility Group. To Mr. Rajiv Mantri, MD, Navam Capital. And the moderator doesn't want it. All right, he says he doesn't want a nursery. Okay, can we please have a group photograph with everyone? Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful afternoon, right from the green energy session. We've had 2 union ministers joining us, so it is my pleasure and honor to propose the vote of thanks for this session. First of all, a thank you to the moderators, all the moderators of these sessions. Thank you to the speakers of the inaugural session. We had the Minister, Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas. We had P.S. Raghavan, the chairman of the NSAB, and we had Mr. Nitin Gadkari. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors, ONGC, ONGC Videsh, Lockheed Martin, Reliance Jio, Tata Motors, KPIT, Airtel, Navam Group, Ola, IIT Kanpur and NSCS. I would like to thank all our speakers and of course the panelists. I would like to specifically mention the name of the Danish ambassador, Freddie Swain. I would like to thank the Constitution Club of India for their support in organizing this event. 360 Degrees Communications for their live streaming facility. Thank you very, very much. And to all the students who were very, very attentive, who asked such great questions, thank you very much. And we are going to be presenting certificates of participation to our students. And there are sandwiches for you because the adults are going to move to, for cocktails and dinner in the lawn. So I would request if our delegates could please move to the lawn for cocktails and dinner. Students, please stay back to collect your certificate. And we are going to pack sandwiches for you and you can go. Thank you very much. And we'll be in touch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.